Back on a Tuesday, we are live inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studios, the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at 973 ESPN on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. You can watch the show live. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there. So the Super Bowl is over. Everybody kind of ready to move on to the next stage of football, which is the offseason. We are too. Yesterday we played A.J. Brown audio for you. A lot of reaction on the White Horse RV Twitter board, text board. And today I'm kind of trying to get the pulse of everybody on A.J. Brown. Did hearing from A.J. Brown make you want him to come back, or are you ready to move on? Check out the Twitter poll, at Mike Gill Show. Vote over there. Let us know. People are doing so right now, and we'll get your perspective on that. Right now, at Mike Gill Show, after hearing what A.J. Brown told Micah Parsons, do you want A.J. Brown back in Philly, or do you want to move on from A.J. Brown? Vote at Mike Gill Show. Let us know. And I'm interested to see everybody's takeaway on that. We are 2 days away from the Phillies reporting. Actually, they report tomorrow. Phillies pitchers and catchers report tomorrow. Today, our 97.3 ESPN Phillies insider Jeff Kerr is going to join us at 5 o'clock tonight on the eve of pitchers and catchers, which, you know, there's still things to be done, and yesterday we heard from Dave Dombrowski and Rob Thompson late in the day, so we're going to have some of that audio for you. They seemingly are a finished product except for in one area, which is in the pitching staff. Now today, Justin Verlander just signed with the Tigers. He would have been an interesting name. You know, Dave Dombrowski and Verlander have a little bit of a history together. Could he have tried to get a veteran like Verlander and brought him here to be kind of like a depth piece, so back into the rotation guy? That would have been interesting, but he signs how about this? He gets a 1-year, $13 million deal with $11 million of it deferred to 2030. Can you imagine having to send Justin Verlander an $11 million check in 2030? I mean, by that point, he might, he's already like almost 50, so that would be a tough check for me to have to write. Hey, here's $11 million. It's amazing. I would love to see the accounting. Who has, is there somebody in the accounting offense that has like a Post-it note that they put on the wall that's like, hey, I owe Verlander $11 million. I have to make sure that I remember to write that check back in coming up in 2030.
I was just going to ask, is it something like an automatic payment where you can put it in your bank account?
I'm sure they have a much better situation or system than the yellow Post-it note. But I can just see someone they signed this contract today. Let me post that. I got to make sure that I cut that check in 2030. When does he get that check?
Well, also, is the person working in the department right now even going to be here in 2030 to pay it?
Well, the Post-it note will still be up there.
Maybe.
Possible. So we'll hear what Rob Thompson and Dombrowski had to say about this team as they get ready. This whole thing with Castellanos is bizarre. I mean, we are on the eve of pitchers and catchers.
Yes.
Dombrowski yesterday essentially eviscerated Castellanos yet again. He didn't even crack the window that he would be here. We are doing everything in our power to get this guy out of here. Here's what Dombrowski said.
Well, we continue to talk to clubs about that, and that's our focus prior to the start of spring training. So that's something that we'll continue to work on this week.
Is that something that you hope to have resolved this week?
Hopefully, yes.
Hey, Dave, just to clarify, if Nick is not traded or released by the time position players are scheduled to report, will he be in camp?
Well, at this point, we're doing everything we can to make a move by that time period.
Yeah. How about?
So I'll leave it at that. Right
Yeah.
now.
How about no shot? We don't even want the guy stepping foot in Clearwater. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard a disdain for a player more than the Phillies have for Nick Castellanos. Like, they are basically coming out and saying, we don't care if we have to eat the $20 million. He will not step on our field. We are doing everything we can. Now, you've played this so poorly that you're not going to get anything for him.
Nothing.
You've basically said, we'll eat the $20 million. So anybody with half a brain is going to say, they'll just release him. We'll go sign him ourselves. So there's no way they're getting anything for him. No way they're getting anything for him. But that's where we are with the Phillies. Could they sign a pitcher? That would be one thing to keep an eye on today as Phillies pitchers and catchers report tomorrow. Could they still look for some back end of the rotation stuff? That would probably be the one thing today that between now and the end of the show, we could have an update for you on. And this is what Dave Dombrowski said about that yesterday.
Well, it's one of the things that we'll have a focus on at this time. We're in a position where I don't think it's going to be long that he'll be ready, assuming he won't be ready for opening day there. But, that's one of our focuses as it is. There's a lot of starting pitchers that are still unsigned at this time.
One of them is Walker Buehler, still out there. Don't know if the Phillies have any interest in bringing him back.
You could also mention another guy who has connections to Dave Dombrowski. How about that? Max Scherzer is still out there.
Scherzer out there. Jose Quintana, another guy that at least get him off another team because every time he pitches against you,
right,
he seems to beat you. Nestor Cortez is a guy who's been hurt a lot, but has had some good seasons if you want to go down that road. You just mentioned Scherzer. Verlander is now off the table. So there are some interesting names that you can go out there and go get if you want to get somebody at the back end of the rotation. So keep an eye on that as well. But we'll talk to Jeff Kerr tonight at 5 o'clock and kind of get his take. And Jeff, of course, will be covering the Phillies all season long for 97.3 ESPN.com. And looking forward to his insight and analysis on the Phillies this season. I do want to get into what A.J. Brown said. Let's hear what he said on the Micah Parsons podcast. Let's kind of reset the deck for that, because I thought about this last night. You know, he said what he said on the Parsons podcast, to which then it feels like it kind of cooled people off for a little bit, or at least had people say, well, he didn't say anything there that makes it sound like he wants to be gone. Here's what A.J. Brown said on the Micah Parsons. It's called the Edge podcast.
Is there an excitement with some of the new coaches y'all got in?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm always excited. Sometimes change is not a bad thing. I have the utmost respect for KP. He to me, he did a tremendous job, and he has a great heart. But I'm excited for the season. I'm excited for what's to come.
So he says you're always excited for something new. You're excited for the season. You're excited for what's to come. So he made it sound like, I don't know what all the hoopla is. I plan on being back, right? Like if you heard him say that, you would say he would be back. There wouldn't even be any question that he would be back, correct? So after hearing what A.J. Brown told Micah Parsons, do you want A.J. Brown back in Philly or move on from A.J. Brown? Vote at Mike Gill Show or hit us up on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. White Horse RV Center, Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV, and that's where our adventure starts today. Do you want A.J. Brown back? It's the first day of the offseason. It's now here. The season's over. Howie Roseman now has to start deciding, what do I want to do with this team? And the first thing he has to decide on is, do I want A.J. Brown back?
My question to you, Mike, is does what A.J. Brown said, and he did say a little bit more than that on the podcast. Obviously, there's other things he said that's kind of like depends on interpretation. But do you feel like what A.J. Brown's saying makes up for what he said during the season?
I don't know. Like, is he playing damage control? Is he playing the game of, I don't really want to be traded? They did what I asked them to do. Like, my messaging was I wasn't happy in the offense. they changed the offense? Like, was that all he wanted? Did he just want to see some change to, quite frankly, an offense that has been very similar for years? Did he want a completely different philosophy on offense? I don't want the same safe offense. I want an offense that's going to highlight the wide receivers. And if you guys do that, I'm cool. You won't hear another peep from me. Just bring in a guy who's going to prioritize the pass game and the weapons in the pass game. And look, if there's a game where we have to run the ball or, it's a matchup where running the ball is better, that's fine. But our identity is me, Devontae Smith. And did the Eagles make a move that prioritized that, and did that do enough for him to say, I'm cool?
I mean, it's certainly possible. I'm just trying to decipher where in all that then he's saying KP did a great job, tremendous job. He said tremendous job.
That's him being classy. Who cares what he said there? I mean, what's he going to say?
Now
Kevin Petula did a horrible job. Thank God we got rid of him.
Well, he could have said that.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to say that even if he believed that. I don't have any problem with him giving Kevin Petula praise. He did a classy thing. He said, look, he did a good job. I like Kevin, but sometimes change is a good thing.
It sounds like we're picking and choosing then which parts of what he said we want to take seriously or not.
Of course. That's the way we do everything. I don't come right out and tell you all 10 words I say are being truthful. Something in there you're going to have to interpret for yourself.
Well, then I have a problem with that.
That's okay. You can have a problem with that. But if the worst thing he said was he respected the job that the guy before him did, I got no problem with that. That's him being not kicking dirt on the guy on his way out the door. Hey, listen, I like him. He did a good job.
He could have also not gone out of his way to praise him on his way out the door.
What's the difference?
The difference is that this is an individual.
What does praising Petula have to do with his sincerity here?
Because it has to do with the fact that this is an individual who keeps moving the goalposts. He has basically demonstrated that his relationship with the Eagles and this organization and the Philadelphia Eagle fan base is a toxic relationship where he keeps moving the goalpost.
I don't believe that at all, actually. I mean, I thought
you
that...
don't view this as a toxic relationship at all.
No, I didn't say I don't view it as a toxic relationship at all. I didn't say the relationship with the fan base or any of the... We asked Keyshawn Johnson about this. He says he doesn't have a problem with anybody, and I agree with that. I don't think he dislikes Kevin Petula. I don't think he thinks Kevin Petula sucked as a person. I just think he was conflicted of, I like this guy, but unfortunately... he's not qualified, but I don't want to say that, so I'm trying to be diplomatic here. So I think what he said here is pretty classy to say, I like Kevin. I have a lot of respect for Kevin, but sometimes change is good. I don't want to say, man, that guy Kevin Petula, that was a mistake. He sucked. We should have never hired him. He would have sounded like a real jerk.
So then you're saying that what he has said on the Michael Parsons show was him basically flushing this past season and saying, what happened is under the bridge. We're moving forward, and I'm excited for what's to come.
That's what it sounded like. The question is he sincere? That's what I'm trying to take the temperature from the people.
I don't think anything A.J. Brown says is sincere.
Interesting.
I have taken the position where he has changed the narrative so many times. Mike, how many times did you say last year that A.J. Brown is the guy who gets in front of the media, smiles, and everything is fine?
Well, I think that's his personality, though, and that's the thing. I don't think AJ's a bad guy. I don't think he is. Look, every single person we talk to at Radio Row, Cooper, Reed, N'Kobe, they all love A.J. Brown. No one has a bad word to say about A.J. Brown. You don't hear his teammates saying, rolling their eyes, giving you the, yeah, well, no, it's, I love A.J. And that tells me a lot, unless you're saying I shouldn't believe them either.
Well, I don't think I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is how do we then wrap our heads around the two sides, right? The one side of A.J. Brown where people are saying, we love A.J. Brown, he's a great teammate, he's a great guy, you saw him on Hard Knocks, he's seen to do and say the right thing in front of the cameras. And the other side of A.J. Brown with the passive-aggressive social media and the weird things he says in other interviews. How do we justify those two different points?
I always try to separate the social media stuff. To me, that's a make-believe fantasy world. So if we're trying to decipher who somebody is based on their social media activity, I think it's a bad way to judge a person.
Then I would say you should probably explain it to the entire political universe.
I think anybody who has any care in the world about politics in general on either side are complete buffoons. I mean, anybody who believes either one of these sides is doing anything for you, you're a buffoon. So
Yeah.
That's why I say anything that's on social media, I look at that as a fantasy world. So anything that AJ does, posts, scrubs, it's all just for attention.
Everything
so I'm not,
that AJ says and does will and cannot and should not be used against him.
And I'm not saying that AJ, look, maybe he is passive-aggressive. Maybe he's bipolar. I have no idea. I'm not saying he doesn't want the attention. Some people, like A.J. Brown, I think he's happy here. He likes it here. He wants to be here, but he's conflicted because he wants to be here. He likes it here. He likes the team. He likes the organization. But there's one thing he just doesn't like, and that's the most important thing.
Right.
The offense. You know, there's many people out there that probably have that whole same situation. You like your job. You like the people you work with. You like how close it is to your office. You like that it's very convenient. You just don't like what you're getting paid. So you're conflicted. I like everything except for maybe the most important part about it. So do I like the fact that I'm right here, right there? I like the people I work with, blah, 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 blah. But, man, I'm not really getting paid what I deserve. And maybe A.J. Brown's in that boat. I don't think it's pay for A.J. Brown,
No,
but I'm
it's
just
not.
trying to relate it to.
No, you're trying to make it connective tissue to the real world versus the football
Correct.
world.
Like there's a lot of people out there that probably have a job that they like it. They like the people they work with. They like the proximity to their house, all that stuff. But they're saying, man, I got to find a way to make more money.
The
A.J.
difference,
Brown
though-
is in a situation where he's like, I like the people I work with.
Yeah.
I like the organization. I like that the team is good. I like everything about this.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like the offense.
I would say the one difference, though, just to play devil's advocate, is those people that you're referring to in the regular job are not going on social media and passive-aggressively criticizing their job.
No, because I think the common person has more fear of losing their job when they are more public about it.
Correct.
AJ does not have that fear. He doesn't have to have that fear. He can be more public about his displeasure.
And I think
if
that's-
it will, in fact,
Yeah.
help change the situation. And guess what? It did. He got a new offensive coordinator. He got what he's asking for. Give me a change to this offense. Stop hiring Nick Sirianni disciple. Stop hiring the guy who was in the building. I like that guy, but he wasn't good enough. Let's go get somebody who's going to say, hey, I had Romeo Doubs, and look what I did with them. I was in an offense that had Puka Nacua, and look what Puka Nacua can do. I was in an offense that had Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill, and look what those guys did. That's Josh Grizzard, by the way, who was
Right.
in
Miami.
Miami.
Miami before Tampa.
Right, but in Tampa, you have
Mike
Mike
Evans.
Evans. You've got Godwin. Look what all these guys they brought in have done for the wide receivers. Justin Jefferson. Sean Mannion was in Minnesota. Sean Mannion was in Green Bay. Sean Mannion was with the Rams. Those are the three offenses he's connected to. Josh Grizzard, he's connected to Miami and Tampa. What do all five of those organizations have in common? They all have wide receivers who have had monster seasons. I mean, Dobbs not a monster season, mainly because of injuries.
No, but the point about Dobbs is so important, though, because of the fact that Dobbs is not on the same level as the Waddles and the Hills and the Evans and the Godwins. So if you're A.J. Brown, you're saying, if you could do that with Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson, imagine what you could do with me.
So I do think that A.J. Brown saw the Eagles listen to him. Now, that's if you're on the positive side.
Mm-hmm.
You could be on the other side and say, the Eagles have had it, and they're ready to move on. Which one is it?
And I think that goes into how much weight do you put into what the other players say about A.J. Brown? Because if the other players say what they're saying about A.J. Brown, that probably means...
You mean the players on the team?
Yes.
Yeah.
That probably means that he is not as viewed as negatively in the building as people think he is.
I don't think he's viewed negatively in the building. That's the vibe that I got this week. Everybody you asked, and it wasn't like, hey, I got to say this in a way that doesn't get me in trouble. It was automatic. I love AJ.
Right. There's no pause. There was no. I have to parse my words.
If we go back and find the Reed Blankenship, Cooper DeJean conversation that we had, both of those guys, huge smile on their face about how much. I think Cooper, maybe it was Cooper. Was it Cooper or Reed? One of the two. Huge smile. We're like, we're boys. I love talking to AJ. You know, who was it? Was it Reed? Who was it that Scott Grayson asked about? He put his jersey in one of their lockers.
I thought it was Cooper, but I have to double check.
One of the two. They genuinely love AJ. I don't think AJ's problem, and this is what Keyshawn Johnson told us at the Super Bowl. He said, I don't think his problem is with anybody. His problem is with the offense. Mm-hmm. He doesn't like the offense. Well, what did the Eagles do?
They changed the offense.
And what did he say? Change is not a bad thing. I have the utmost respect for KP. He did a tremendous job. He has a great heart. But I'm excited for the season. I'm excited for what's to come. He said everything right there is change is not a bad thing. We're getting a new offense. I'm excited for that. I have the utmost respect for KP. He did a tremendous job. He has a great heart. Hey, I like this guy. But the offense is not what I liked. Mm-hmm. I like you, but I don't like your offense. You have a great heart. You worked your ass off. I'm not questioning your work ethic or anything that you did and put into this job. It just wasn't for me. Doesn't mean I don't like you. And because of that, I'm ready for this season and what's to come because I like what I'm hearing from the new guy. Now, the new guy could be a used car salesman and be selling you down a bill of goods.
Yeah, he'd be selling you swampland.
But he sold A.J. Brown enough, I think. I think he sold A.J. Brown enough to say, Coach, you got me. I'm here, and I'm ready to go for you. That, when I heard it the first time, down on Radio Row, didn't think much of it. Yesterday we played it, still didn't kind of, and then I thought about it this morning. I listened to it again. I read. You know what it was? When you hear it, it sounds like, And he sounds genuine in the bite. He doesn't sound over the top. He's not being loud. He's not trying to, he's just being very calm and just like change is a good thing. I don't know. Maybe he sold me.
Maybe you're buying the snake oil from A.J. Brown.
Colin LBI says, you guys are completely misreading this A.J. situation. He's not complaining about the OC. He's complaining about the quarterback's ability. The OC was scapegoated. That's from Colin LBI. I don't think I agree with that.
I don't agree with that at all because
he said change is not a bad thing.
Right.
They didn't change the quarterback. They changed the guy who he said, look, he did a tremendous job. He has a great heart. When you add it, he has a great heart, that's his way of being like, man,
bless your heart.
I know you tried, but you just
That's the Southern way of saying bless your heart.
Right. I know you tried, but this job was too big for you.
But I would also say, and I'm not trying to attack explicitly Colin LBI, but I think Colin LBI, you and others seem to have bought into a false narrative out there that there's people that hate Jalen Hurts. Whereas A.J. Brown, people forget, defended Jalen Hurts multiple times this year to the media. So unless A.J. Brown's lying about that.
609-403-0973. Let's ask some of the Eagles players what they think of A.J. Brown. Robbie from Little Egg Harbor. Well, we did. Robbie last week. We talked to Cooper DeJean.
Dean, Reed Blankenship. You mentioned Cooper DeJean. That's three Eagle players who all said the same thing. We love A.J. Brown.
Robbie, you asked, we delivered. You wanted us to ask Eagles players. We found them, and we asked them. And they all said, no problem with A.J. I never thought the players had a problem with A.J. I think that A.J. had a problem with the and I think Keyshawn Johnson, he's the one that said it and nailed it. Look, Keyshawn was a pain in the ass. He was the guy who was the pain in the ass. And he said, it's not the players we don't like. It's, I want the ball. Throw me the ball. And now we perceive it's throw me the ball that he would rather the ball than win. And I don't think that's the case. I think he just wants the offense to be more fluid.
what also goes back to something that McNabb told you, which he said, people forget that athletes want to be a part of the team's success.
And that's something he said. AJ has said that.
Right.
Hey, I think we have a better chance to win if I'm a part of it. Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, your car all winter long. This winter's been brutal, especially the last 2 weeks. Maybe it's time to look for a new car. If you're thinking about getting a new car, see my friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City. Now through February 28th, he can get you in an all-new Acura ADX. Lease options start as low as $300. For qualified buyers, go to Key Acura on Tilton Road, Egg Harbor Township. Online at KeyAcuraofAtlanticCity.com. Key Acura of Atlantic City. They are the small but friendly dealer, and I can vouch for that. I've dealt with Rocco myself. See dealer for details. All right. 231 Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. At Mike Gill Show, you can vote. What's up with A.J. Brown for you? You ready to move on or you want him back? At Mike Gill Show, vote right now. Did you vote yet there, Josh?
Of course.
After hearing what A.J. Brown told Micah Parsons, do you want to move on from A.J. Brown or do you want A.J. Brown back? Let me do the poll question update in about 15 minutes. Right now it's 84% one way, 15% the other way, 85-15. So it's kind of lopsided to one side. What do you think it is? Which way do you think it's lopsided?
I'm starting to get the sense that people are starting to move away from my position.
You want them here or gone?
I'm done with the toxic relationship.
Wow. You're ready to move on from AJ.
I got too much scar tissue. I got too many times I've
What was the breaking point?
The breaking point was this past year when he kept doing the whole, I'm saying one thing on social media, but then when you ask me about it in person, I tell you, oh, I wasn't serious, honey, about what I said. That was just me in the moment having a certain feeling a certain way. And then he'd go on Twitch and he'd say one thing. And then I'd ask him, AJ, why'd you say that about me? Oh, I didn't really mean that.
See, the social media stuff I don't take serious at all.
Listen, to me, I understand what you're saying and I totally get it. But I also feel like when we start giving people leeway to say what they want in one arena.
I'm not saying he doesn't mean it. I'm just saying I don't put a lot of stock in it. That's almost like you're out, you're having a couple of cold ones, and you're feeling a little, hey, I could speak my mind a little bit here. And I'm just saying it, but I don't really want it.
But see, that's where it's like now the truth came out. The
I'm
truth
not saying,
serum
I'm not saying
got
it's not the
inserted.
truth. I'm not saying it's not the truth. It goes back to,
I want the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Be honest with me, darn it.
this is big business. This is big business. These guys are getting paid ridiculous amounts of money. And it goes back to, A.J. Brown likes it here. He wants to be here. He likes Jalen. He likes Nick. He likes Howie. He likes the Eagles. He likes Jeffrey. He likes everything. He just doesn't like the one thing. And he doesn't want that one thing to be the thing that ruins everything.
I'm cool with that if that's what his intention is. But
so I think he's trying to make as much noise as possible to make sure that one thing got fixed.
And I listen, if that was the original intent, I think there was a different way to do it. And the only reason I say is because this is the guy who had, I read Inner Excellence. Okay. Read Inner Excellence. Let's see what that's about. I'm going to quote Bible verses. All right. Well, let's see what the Bible verse says. Like, you can't use those things as proxies and then turn around and be the antithesis of it and then say, I didn't mean it. Like, to me, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't deal
I'm
with
not
that.
saying that you need to wrap your head around them. I'm saying for me, I can separate the social media nonsense as just that. That's child's play. That's immaturity.
And listen, maybe I'm the problem. Maybe people like
we're
me.
sure you're the problem.
Maybe people like me have been in way too many toxic situations where we just can't handle another thing. You know what I mean? Here we go again, another problem.
I listen, I can understand a lot of people. Listen, I got people texting me on the text board. I got people texting my personal phone. Move on from him. I'm done with him. Sick of him. Ready to move on. Can't stand him. Get him out of here. There's a lot of people who don't like the drama. Okay?
I'm one of them.
I don't like the drama, but I don't think his drama is genuine.
Well, that makes it worse.
Well,
because then you like drama for drama's sake, and that's exhausting.
I just don't think his drama is because he's unhappy with with anything other than what has been addressed.
So you're saying that what his drama was about has been addressed, and now there will be no more drama.
I think he was trying to get his point across that I am not happy in this offense. It's not you. It might be me. But it's me because of this. And if that doesn't change, I might be a bigger problem. But if you change that, I look forward to the season. And then we'll see what happens. Now, you might have to go through some more drama if things don't get fixed, but at least you said, hey, we have been in this offense with Nick Sirianni since he got here, and you don't like it. We've had a lot of success with that offense, AJ, so pipe down. And now AJ's saying, I've been trying to tell you. It can't keep going on like this. We have to change. And he said change is a good thing. These other guys, they had great hearts. I appreciate their offense. It's like the University of Delaware if they were trying to hold on to the wing T for all these years because Tubby Raymond, was that the coach there? Who was the football coach at Delaware? They ran the wing T for all those years. But, if they were still running the wing T because the coach at one point said, hey, this is the offense we have to run, the players would have been like, listen, we got to change the offense. Right? To me, that's the bigger thing here.
Yeah, Tubby Raymond.
Look at that. Is that a pull or what?
That was a good pull by you.
Alex from the Villas. Josh, I'm sorry, but I think you're like all the other media personalities making mountains of a molehill. He was frustrated.
Listen, you can accuse me of making a mountain of a molehill, to which I would say handle it differently, and I wouldn't.
Well,
that's just how I feel.
I would say I would like him to handle it differently. But how many times can I, he's also saying, I've been trying to say this for years, and you don't want to listen to me. And listen, part of the reason the Eagles say, we won a Super Bowl. Why do I need to listen to you? And it happened in 2023 when he had problems. And he said, I tried to tell you then, and you didn't want to listen to me. The fix was what? They went out and got Saquon Barkley.
Or was the fix Kellen Moore?
Half a dozen, one or the other. They made, they fired Brian Johnson.
Right.
So they brought in Kellen Moore. But they made the necessary change. In the year that they won the Super Bowl, he didn't have a lot of problems, did he?
Not that I know of.
Because they made...
Aside from the one comment where he says, what's the problem with the offense? Passing. There was that whole thing, which now I would argue that was probably made more of than it should have been. Because I don't think he was trying to be sabotaging when he said that. I think he was just giving an honest answer.
Now, Brandon in Dennisville says, Mike, I disagree with you about AJ and his involvement in the offense in relations to wins. How many times did he complain after wins when he didn't have his targets, but when he had his stat sheet, when he loaded his stat sheet in losses, it's crickets? Hey, listen.
That's been an accusation a lot with AJ.
Yeah. So do we think that AJ rather 150 yards and 2 touchdowns and a loss, or 2 catches and 10 yards and win?
Listen, if I can be the blunt instrument here, and I'll take the backlash. I think the problem is that AJ is a very poor communicator of how he really feels, and I think AJ, instead of actually becoming a more well-rounded human being, he just is he doesn't know how to actually verbalize how he feels, and so he kind of ends up in his own head.
Possible.
I think that's the problem.
I don't disagree with that, and I'm not going to fault you for, hey, listen, you're not very good at communicating the issues here, and should I say, because you're not good at that, I need to get rid of you?
Right. For example, I as the world's foremost expert on overthinking, I am an incredibly horrible overthinker. Does it mean that I'm a horrible person? No. Do I drive Mike Gill nuts sometimes? Absolutely.
And A.J. Brown does the same.
Right. So
but
maybe,
does he drive me nuts enough to be so obtuse to say, you drive me so nuts
I can't work with
that
you
I
anymore.
have to get rid of you?
Right.
And I don't know that A.J. Brown has driven me there.
Right. You're saying that there's a line that has not been crossed yet.
I also, listen, I am on the opposite side. You might say you are the foremost overthinker. I am probably the foremost laid-back person, where just nothing bothers me until it does.
You just don't get too high or too low about almost anything.
Nothing. So A.J. Brown could do whatever the heck he wants, and I'm just like,
okay,
what the hell do I care? It's not.
Well, there's that too.
My day will go on the same way it was going to go on. I just don't care.
I would have described it as you just being like, it's almost like I've been in situations with you where things are happening, and you're just like, okay, that happened. What's next?
You know why? Because it happened. I'm still here, and nothing changed around me. If we let things become bigger problems than they really are, therein lies the problem. If you just say, like anything, this is happening right now. It's not affecting me. My day's going on. Everybody in my house seems to be okay. The heat's on. The lights are on. Okay. It's just somebody doing something different than I would do it. Don't let it bother you. AJ handles things differently than I would. But you have to come to terms with, just because I don't handle it the same way he does doesn't mean I'm right. It also doesn't mean he's wrong. We just see it differently. That's life. The problem is people don't view life in that way. They view life as it's either I'm right and you're wrong, and that's it. There is no he might be right and I might be wrong, or I might be wrong and he might be right, and we just don't agree.
Well, also there's the side of it whereas, a lot of times, and maybe this is where the A.J. Brown thing comes in the point as well, which is instead of people maybe trying to understand A.J. Brown, right, they just take what he says at face value. And so, like a lot of things in life, maybe if you spent more, we all could spend more time understanding where the person is coming from, you might find they have less differences than you think.
Well, and that's, the big thing is,
like, for example, let's say when you were at Radio Row, I'm painting a scenario. I'm not saying this happened, but I'm painting a scenario. If you were at Radio Row and you went out to, what was that place, the Golden Gate Tap House?
Yeah.
Okay. And you saw A.J. Brown and you sat down next to A.J. Brown for 60 minutes. And maybe he told you a bunch of stuff you can't say on the record, but you came on the radio next day and you said, you know what? I can't tell you literally what A.J. Brown said, but guys, I got to tell you, A.J. Brown is the most misunderstood person, and I think that he's an awesome human being. And you know what? I'm excited for the Eagles to do moving forward. I think people would feel differently because now you have a first-hand encounter with the guy showing you, hey, you know what? A.J. Brown isn't what we thought he was.
Sure, but I also can say I am okay with, and a lot of people have a hard time with this, because someone doesn't do things the way that you would, you don't just say they do it different. You say they do it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between different and wrong.
Very different. Sorry.
People
what you said.
Don't want to say they're wrong. They don't want to say, I was wrong. And therefore, the battle becomes, because you're different or do things different than me, you're wrong, and I'm right. And I have always said, I'm not right, and you're not wrong. We just don't agree.
Right. It's like, for example, if you have two people who are driving, one person, they like to put their seatbelt on before they turn the car on. Another person puts the car on before they turn the seatbelt on. It's not that one is right and one is wrong, because at the end of the day, you both still put the seatbelt on, right? Now, if you drove without the seatbelt in general, and then you blamed it on, well, you told me to do it this way, then you're being ridiculous.
And AJ, to me, does things differently from me. Doesn't mean he's wrong. He just does things different than the way I would handle things. So I have to remove myself from how he handles it and then ask the question, are the Eagles better off without him? And that's what I'm trying to come to terms with today. Not whether he's right or wrong and how he's handled things, but do I want him back because the team is better with him than without him? A lot of text messages. We'll update the poll question. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Hit us up on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. All right, 251, the poll question today at Mike Gill Show. You can vote, text the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. After A.J. Brown spoke on the Micah Parsons podcast, would you rather see A.J. Brown stay or go? At Mike Gill Show, vote right now. It's 85-15. Josh, who's winning right now? Want him back in Philly, ready to move on?
Well, if I'm going based on the text board and the text messages I'm getting on my phone, I'm going to say that people want him back.
85% want him back in Philly. 15% say they are ready to move on from A.J. Brown. Let's check out the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Barbie from Northfield says, there is no world that the Eagles are better without A.J. Brown. The question is, how much are you willing to accept that? I agree with Barbie. They are not better without A.J. Brown, but what do they get for him? Sheil Kapadia on Radio Row last week told us they can get a top 50 pick. Does that top 50 pick make you better?
Right, because if that top 50 pick turns into A.J. Brown's replacement, this is actually a pretty good draft for wide receivers. So if you were to move on from A.J. Brown and then you use that pick to get someone like a Denzel Boston, let's say from Washington, and he ends up being your new A-plus wide receiver on the outside, you're basically saving money long-term, and you get a replacement.
Jeff at Ocean City, last year A.J. was complaining the Eagles were winning. Then he gets 3 straight 100-yard games, and the Eagles lost all 3. He is a me guy. I mean, I think if you look at it from that perspective, is it just the timing of when these things happen?
Right.
The frustration of when it happened. They lost the 2 games, and was that like the boiling point?
But it's also like Phil Brigantine says over here. He says, Mike, I don't like the drama. He needs to handle things differently. I think for some people like myself and Phil, we look at it as, could you just do it differently? Could you cause a ruckus a little less in a way that makes us emotionally drained?
Yeah, well, listen, I think that's with wide receivers, though, in general. Most of them. The really good ones, anyway. Yeah, Phil and Brigantine says, Mike, I don't like the drama. He needs to handle things differently, preferably behind closed door. But was he wrong? The offense was terrible last year. The most 3-and-outs in the league, ranked 20th something. They didn't fix the problem all year. Plus, Josh, salary cap hit, plus who's his replacement, all that you put on Howie's shoulders. But, again,
Howie, I trust.
We are yelling at the guy who was right. The offense was horrible. He was just the one guy who said it. And now we're saying, how dare you say the offense stunk when it stunk?
See, I don't think no one disagreed that the offense stunk. I think we felt like he might have been part of the problem.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Now, unless we think AJ's cooked.
That's a whole nother conversation.
John McMullen on the other side. What does he say? 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. I see people watching on the YouTube channel and on the X platform. We'll put those messages up on the screen coming up. Don't forget, you can watch the Sports Bash and subscribe on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. We're live every day from 2 to 6. Be a part of the show. Watch and subscribe the Sports Bash on YouTube at 97.3 ESPN. 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. This hour is brought to you by Broadly Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation. 609-390-3907. Online, broadleys.net. John McMullen covers the Eagles. He is the host of Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel and covers the Eagles for Sports Illustrated. Eagles offseason officially here. The Super Bowl is over. Some of the takeaways from the Super Bowl Radio Row: A.J. Brown spoke to Micah Parsons. We talked to Cooper DeJean and Reed Blankenship along with N'Kobe Dean. Got some interesting insight there. It sounds like Brandon Graham wants to come back. What is next for the Birds? Well, it's our first look at the official part of the offseason now with John McMullen, who joins us here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. John, obviously the last time we talked, Jeff Stoutland was a coach here. He is no longer here. They have already since replaced him and moved on. It was a wild week last week during the Super Bowl. How surprising was it with everything that happened during the Super Bowl week?
Yeah, well, I think, the Stoutland stuff, anytime you lose somebody who's been here for 13 years, that's always going to be a story, and certainly the success he had. But, they're changing the offense. So, people requested change and, be careful what you wish for, because if you change, there's going to be change. And it's going to be evidently pretty significant on the offensive side of the football. And that means a different running scheme, and that means a different coaching philosophy. So Stout didn't want to do it, and you are where you are as far as having to replace them with obviously lesser names, less proven names, and that was always going to be the case. So, similar thing will happen whenever Vic retires. It's going to be hard to replace him from a demonstrated performance standpoint at the bare minimum, but same thing with Stoutland. But, if you're going to go to a wide zone scheme and wide zone stretch team and do it like Alex Gibbs and the Shanahans, you got to go in a different direction.
So did the Eagles approach Stoutland and say, hey, we want you to stay on as the offensive line coach and just not the run game coordinator? How did that all shake out?
Yeah, he had the opportunity to return as the offensive line coach solely and decided to step away. And that's his right. But, yeah, he could have come back as the offensive line coach, but would not have been the run game coordinator. Once the Eagles decided to hire Ryan
Mahaffey.
Yeah, Mahaffey, thank you. Ryan Mahaffey, that was sort of the crux of, all right, they're doing it, and, Jeff decided to walk away.
So now they have Mahaffey here. He's going to be the run game coordinator and the tight end coach. You bring in, what was the guy's name yesterday? Cooper?
Chris Cooper.
Cooper. He will be the new offensive line coach. How much do you think that affects the decisions of Lane Johnson and Landon Dickerson? It was reported last week that they are contemplating possible retirement.
I don't think much from the standpoint. I know I heard Baldy, who's very close to Lane, say that Lane's willing to give the new guy a new chance. So I presume he's going to come back and play. I never thought he'd walk away after missing the final 8 games. I just don't think he wants it to end that way. And with Landon, I think it's got more to do with his health. I think that's it. It's got to do with nothing else. So as long as he's able to recharge his batteries and feel better, I think obviously at 27, 28 years old, he'll be back. But that to me is wholly dependent on his physical feelings, not anything to do. I mean, this is part of the NFL. It happens. Change, especially in the coaching level. What's rare is staying around for 13 years like Jeff Stoutland through 3 different head coaching regimes. That's the rare part. So around the rest of the league, this is kind of normal. And now it's happening a little bit more in Philadelphia. But that's sort of the nature of the beast.
So you mentioned they're going to get change on offense. It's something that A.J. Brown has seemingly been asking for. He has, kind of called it out on multiple occasions. Like, hey, this can't be sustainable here. Last week he said change is good. He gave praise to Kevin Matula. Has a good heart, but I'm looking forward to the season. Did he get his way? Did he just say, listen, I don't dislike you. I don't hate you. I don't like not playing here. I just want the offense to be different.
Well, if you look at it, I don't think AJ got his way. I think AJ, sort of explained what a lot of people were thinking, and it was pretty obvious as far as the passing game and some of the limitations. So while I think the two are confluent and heading in the same directions, I don't think the Eagles changed to placate A.J. Brown. I think they changed because they felt they had to change after things went south last season. So, they ended up being going in the right direction, similar, but I don't think it was the crux of the change was because of A.J. Brown's frustrations.
So what do you make of what he told Micah Parsons? Does that make it sound like a guy who has every intention of being here and wanting to come back?
Not necessarily. I think you heard some of the Super Bowl stuff, and you were out there, and one of the things, and gets repackaged, and that there's been no trade talks, and why would there be? There are no trade talks this time of year in the NFL. That'll pick up later this month at the scouting combine. If you get through the scouting combine and the Eagles are not sort of talking and asking around, and people are asking about the Eagles, are they going to trade A.J. Brown? Then it becomes more serious. I still think it's about 50-50. I still think the Eagles would like to have A.J. back because of the cap ramifications, number one. It wouldn't be easy to move on from him at this stage. It'd be a lot easier if they could make it one more year. And then the fact that he's a very important player if you are going to improve the passing game. But I don't think any of the talk there right before the Super Bowl, you know how things get repackaged on game days, and no trade talks about A.J. Brown at this stage means nothing because there's no trade talks. I mean, that's not when it starts. It starts in Indianapolis.
Well, at this point, the Eagles obviously have a decision to make here, and one is repercussions on the cap. So does that point to them trying to find every way possible to make sure that he is back?
Yeah, I never thought that was not going to be tried. Similar to what the Eagles did back with Carson Wentz. People forget they tried to talk him into coming back for one more year simply because of the cap issues. And, Carson was just sort of steadfast on, I don't want to be here anymore. So, I mean, that's the power A.J. has in this type. If it were just up to the Eagles, they would keep him. But if you make it so difficult to keep him, then they have to sort of go in a different direction. So, I always thought that the Eagles would try to lobby A.J. and say, look, we're going to change, and Sean Mannion's going to change some things offensively. It's going to be better. Some of the frustrations are going to be alleviated. So I always thought those discussions were going to happen, and we're going to see if they're successful or not.
Well, and John, that's what he said. He said, quote, change is not a bad thing. I have the utmost respect for KP. He did a tremendous job. He has a great heart. But I'm excited for the season. I'm excited for what's to come. So there's two things here. Change is not a bad thing. It's almost like, hey, I want to change. I got to change. I have respect for KP. It's not that I don't like the guy. I just didn't like his offense. And now I'm excited for what's to come. Should we take this as everything is hunky-dory in A.J. Brown world?
No, I don't think that. I think, it's sort of playing the game at this stage. Both sides know, look, if the Eagles are going to trade him, they're going to want value in return. So I'm sure A.J.'s getting the advice of, make sure you keep your trade value up as much as possible if you do want outs, because they're not just going to give you away. So I think it's sort of both sides sort of playing the game. And, the more substantive discussions will happen later. But the Eagles will need to know near the start of the new league year, simply because, that's when everybody is flush with money from a budgetary standpoint. This is a high-impact player from a salary cap status, no matter where he goes. So it's not like you can wait around, although there are later trades. You saw Micah Parsons go right before the season, and he's an impactful. So it could happen, but the easiest time to do it is at the start of the new league year. The problem there for the Eagles is you can now post June 1st designate traded players. They changed that rule a couple years ago, so you can do that, but you don't get you're not able to make the trade official until June 2nd. Mm-hmm. So the only thing you're getting by doing that is salary cap relief. It's not, in other words, if the Eagles wanted draft capital, which in theory you would think they would want, you would be talking about 2027, not 2026, because you can't make the trade official until June 2nd. So a lot of difficulties in this trade, and that might be the reason, potential trade, and that might be the reason more than anything else that AJ's back, just because it's so difficult to move him at this stage of his contract.
John McMullen's with us, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated. The Eagles today made a plethora of coaching decisions, too. What does all the coaching changes and things on that offensive side of the ball kind of signify to you, John?
Well, at the beginning of this, we were told a mix of old and new, and that's certainly how it rang out. Actually, I think if you look back at the Kellen Moore season, they actually gave Sean Mannion a little bit more than they gave Kellen Moore as far as change. So that's pretty impactful. Biggest one being Stoutland, obviously, as we mentioned, but so it's still in limbo with the quarterbacks coach. Now they've interviewed Greg Olson and a few others, but that tells me they don't have a clear cut Sean Mannion guy to be the quarterback coach, so that remains in limbo. The two guys coming back are Aaron Moorhead and Jamal Singleton. And that's the mix of old and new. And then most of the support staff, which most people wouldn't recognize, they're going to be back. The most surprising one to me is Parks Frazier is going to be back. Obviously not as the passing game coordinator. So he'll have a new role. Maybe he might be the quarterback's coach. Who knows? He might be the senior offensive assistant. They'll come up with some kind of title. Kevin Petullo's still in limbo, although I can't imagine he'd be back. A bit of a strange year when it comes to coaching in the Eagles, but they are going to keep at least some of their coaching staff, which helps with the continuity a little bit. But they're also, changing. They are hell bent on changing, Mike Gill. And it's ironic because Washington announced some of their coaching changes today, and Dan Quinn was doing a press conference and mentioned that they want to go under center a lot, and they hired David Blau, who's very inexperienced, like Sean Mannion, and they want to go to more of a Shanahan, McVay style offense, and I'm like, I mean, everybody's playing the same offense, Mike. If everybody plays the same offense, then it becomes who does it best? Are you going to do better than Kyle Shanahan? Are you going to do it better than Sean McVay?
Right. Well, but then the next question, obviously, for this is, do the Eagles have the personnel, specifically at the quarterback position, to run that style of offense?
Well, I don't think they have it to run the style of offense anywhere. I mean, you can argue the offensive line is not equipped to do, which is why I think Jeff Stoutland left. I mean, he built an offensive line to run inside zone, pin and pull, duo, power football, and now they want them kicking out wide zone and trying to reach block on the majority of plays when you have a 360-pound left tackle. You have Lane Johnson and Landon Dickerson with his whole game is power when he's healthy, and now you want him reach blocking. So it's not just the quarterback. Saquon Barkley, I mean, the thing about Alex Gibbs, if you think about the old Denver Broncos joke was, well, anybody could rush for 1,000 yards, but, it's patient runners. You saw Kenneth Walker in the Super Bowl. Patience. Does that strike you as Saquon Barkley's strength? Cutting back as a patient Le'Veon Bell type runner. They don't have a manufactured touch guy at receiver. They don't have a yards after catch guy. It doesn't fit, Mike. It doesn't fit.
Well, I'll tell you what, it should be interesting to see because one of the big questions over the last couple of years, John, has been these play callers have come in and they've been able to call the plays, but have they been able to call their own plays? Are we suggesting that Sean Mannion will not only get to call plays, but he will get to call his own plays?
Yeah, he's going to run the offense similar to – now, I think people need to understand this is a big thing about run game coordinator. Like, Jeff Stoutland was never in charge of the run game in Philadelphia, not one day. That's not how it works. In the case of during this era where you have an offensive head coach and an offensive coordinator, it's a flow chart. It's the head coach, it's the offensive coordinator, and then it's the run game coordinator when it comes to the run game. At the end of the day, Nick Sirianni can do what he wants as the head coach. So, I mean, we've seen it when Kellen was here. It started Kellen Moore's offense, and then they scaled it back. Is the same thing going to happen? Maybe, but I can tell you they are more hell-bent on changing this time. So it's going to start as Sean Mannion's show. Will it end as Sean Mannion's show? That I can't tell you.
Right. It seems that they're giving an awful lot of power to a guy with very little experience, potentially.
Yeah, but again, it's not like the head coach can't step in, which I think people have to realize.
True. The head coach is an interesting one here because how many times can you keep spinning the offense around before you, in fact, then have to be replaced? Yet it's hard to replace a guy with the resume he has. They're in a tough situation here, aren't they?
Well, yeah, I think, but that's from their own accord, so to speak. I mean, it's their own fault. You still have to convince me because I've talked to Nick enough over the years that, he wanted to do this. I don't necessarily believe that. So clearly, I think this is more of a Jeffrey Lurie. I don't want to say directive because his management style is sort of suggestive to begin with, but when the billionaire owner suggests something, you tend to get in line, and if you don't get in line, you're probably going to have to get in a different line in another city.
Right.
I think Nick is politically savvy enough to understand that, and I think his mindset might be the same as it was during the Kellen Moore era, which will be, all right, we'll try it. And if it doesn't work, we'll go back to what we do best. The problem is this time you don't have Jeff Stoutland and Jason Michael to lean on and guys like that have been here. So it's almost like the GM in baseball, like Moneyball, where you trade a guy or you get rid of a guy to force in that case, the manager, in this case, the coach, to force him in the direction you want to go in.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you can't play so-and-so at first base tonight. Yes, I am. No, you're not. He got traded. So
exactly.
John McMullen's with us here. Of the Eagles' free agents, now that we kind of turn our attention there within the next month, Goddard, Phillips, Blankenship, Nakobe Dean. Now, Nakobe was on our show last week. He was pretty adamant he wants to come back. I don't expect him to say, no, I don't want to come back, but he would seem the least likeliest. of that group of guys, or is there somebody else that you think will be the most interesting storyline here?
No, I think the top priority will be Jalen Phillips. And, you're going to have to see the market there and where it goes. I think the Eagles will have a.
What about Goddard, though? I mean, they don't even have another tight end on the roster.
Well, they got a couple of futures guys. They do have tight ends, but obviously they're lower level. E.J. Jenkins is back and Jaheim Bell is back, but they're lower level. Obviously, they'll have to bring in a tight end, but, I think Dallas is going to be 32 years old. He's coming off a career year from a receiving touchdown standpoint, but I think, that sort of blocks the view that he had probably his worst season as blocker, which I think was more impactful. So I don't see the Eagles paying big money for a 32-year-old tight end. And I don't think Dallas Goedert is happy that he had to take a $4 million financial haircut last year from the Eagles. So I don't think he's happy either. And if he was to come back, he would want sort of that Donovan McNabb coined financial apology to get that money back. So I think that complicates it even further. I don't expect him to be back. I don't expect Nakobe, unfortunately, to be back. I'd love to see him back, but I don't know how that works with Jahad Campbell here.
I liked his answer last week, though. He said, it worked last year. I said, for you.
Yeah, well, the problem is Jahad didn't play, and now you have to pay Nakobe more, and then you have the cap comes into it as well, and you can't really have three highly paid linebackers. It just doesn't work that way. So now, because of Nakobe's injury history, maybe the market isn't as strong, and that would be the one way I think he could return on a one-year sort of prove-it deal to prove that he could stay healthy, and maybe the Eagles could do it that way. I think the easiest is Reed Blankenship.
Now, he told me last week, he may have said this before, I don't know this, but he thought he was ready to play by the third week of the season.
Nakobe, yeah. He thought he was ready to play. I think earlier than that.
Right? So, he was pretty adamant about that. Yeah, I thought I could have played, third week of the season here.
Yeah. Well, sometimes players think they can play. One of the things, because I've talked to doctors over the years, especially in his case, it was torn patellar, but specifically with ACLs, they'll tell you that, guys feel good at like 6 months out. They feel like they can play, but the thing needs time to heal properly. So at the latter stages, and it's similar with that, patellar, you feel good, you feel fine, but it's not fully healed from a medical perspective. So they have those stringent sort of time frames that they're going to stick to. ACL is usually 9 months now. Patellar is actually a little bit shorter. They've made tremendous. That used to be a death sentence in the NFL, that injury. And now guys are able to come back. So they've done a lot of wonderful things medically, but sometimes you got to save the player from himself.
All right, John McMullen, the offseason, very interesting. And obviously the Seahawks now, everybody's chasing them. Can the Eagles close the gap? The next couple of months, we will start to find out. Free agency, the draft, and Birds 365. You can check out John weekday mornings at 8. And, of course, at Sports Illustrated and right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, man, this one should be an interesting offseason as always, but this one definitely has a little bit more intrigue to it.
Yeah, more uncertainty, and it creates more excitement, Mike.
Ready for it. I'm ready. Let's go. All right, John, appreciate you, pal.
All right, thanks, bud.
There's John. Of course, we'll be talking to John all throughout the offseason right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. This hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. We got more football at 4 on the way. Also, Jeff Kerr on the Phillies tonight at 5 o'clock. Keith Pompey on the Sixers at 5:30. Flyers on the Olympic break. They are off until, next year. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. 3:31, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Coming up at 4 o'clock, Adam Caplan, football at 4. Get his thoughts on everything that's happening with the Birds. See the text board, the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Don't forget, you can watch the Sports Bash on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, youtube.com, search 973 ESPN. Philly Spring Training questions for Jeff Kerr tonight at 5 o'clock. Eagles offseason here. Sixers buyout market. Keith Pompey has some names to watch at 5:30. What else we got? On Sportsmanlike Moment of the Day, got the Nuggets. Busy show, Josh. It's a busy show.
It's always a busy show.
The text board has been firing up all day here on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Here's what's happening with the Eagles. Hurts has stopped progressing and possibly regressed. They don't want to fire the yes man Nick, so they force him to hire a new coordinator. This is a make-or-break year for the quarterback. Hurts may throw for 4,000 yards, but get ready for an interception per game. Then they might want to move on from him like they did Wentz. It's very deep.
I just would like to know from Cole and LBI.
Cole from LBI is obviously not a Hurts guy.
Right. So, but I would like to know,
That's pretty rich coming from a Jets fan who hasn't had a quarterback in his life. For you to be judging any quarterback, you have no right, buddy.
Yeah, it's been about 25 years for them.
You have no right to judge quarterbacks. The only thing you know is crappy quarterbacks.
I just want to know, he's not the only person I've seen this narrative
Hurts
from.
is a polarizing guy. I mean,
he's a polarizing guy, but saying the quarterback has regressed is a pretty big leap.
I think Hurts has his limitations. There's no question about it. Because he's won a Super Bowl, people want to act like he is on another plane that he's not on.
Right.
He's not off base here with Hurts possibly hitting the apex. And I would say for this reason, not because of his passing acumen, because his unwillingness to want to run. And if he doesn't want to run, he's not the same quarterback that won a Super Bowl. That's what helped him be that player. Now, the yes man Nick thing, I think that's lowbrow. We all act like Nick is this yes man and has nothing to do with the team. That comes from a guy from the Jets fan base who has no idea what a good head coach is. You are so inundated with lousy quarterbacks and head coaches, your evaluations of others have been tainted. Nick is not a yes man. Nick gets his way. You don't win 70% of your games in the NFL being a yes man. I mean, that's idiotic. You don't last this long in the league. Now, you might say, look, you had a really good roster and you won. They've won with the worst rosters, the good rosters, the bad rosters, the upset. They've won in every variety of rosters. Nick Sirianni, whether you like it or not, I asked this question. What does Mike Vrabel do? Why is Mike Vrabel deemed to be this great head coach? What does he do? He doesn't call plays. What does he do?
We perceive him as more of a football guy, traditional football guy, so we give him more rope.
Right. What does Mike Vrabel do? What does John Harbaugh do? What does Mike Tomlin do? Why are we so obtuse to think because you don't call plays that you have no role in your team's success? You got to be a freaking idiot to think that. And I'm sorry, Cole. You're a great texter. You've listened, but you're not that dumb. You're just not. You're a good text message guy. But for you to think that Nick Sirianni has no role, a yes man, in the success that this team has had, how do you win 70+%? And by the way, Harbaugh, Tomlin, Vrabel, all those guys, they don't win 70% of their games.
Nope.
So why do we deem that those guys have a role in the wins, but Sirianni does not? You're not that obtuse. You just aren't that dumb. You're not. You are not that dumb.
Like many things in life, people have created a built-in bias against Sirianni, and no matter what he does, he's always going to be the bad guy.
You can literally say to yourself, why are all these other guys who don't call plays good, and this guy who doesn't call plays a yes man? How is that separation? How did it happen?
It happened because people created a predisposed opinion of Sirianni. They won't move off of it.
Listen, you ask every player. We tried at the Super Bowl. You almost listen, and you don't want to back the player into the corner, but you're like almost seeing if they'll slip up and say something about Sirianni where they laugh,
Right, you're
or
curious.
they smirk, or they're like, nah, he. You can't get these guys at all to talk bad about that guy.
Ever.
And it's because Nick does stuff as the head coach that fans can't quantify.
And you saw a little bit of it during the HBO Max documentary. You saw a little bit of the Sirianni talking to each guy individually, having conversations, engaging with them, getting them all on the same page. You saw Sirianni doing what really matters, some of it, on the show, and I think people, you saw the people online, well, that was just for cameras. It's like, do we really think Nick Sirianni is going to change his entire personality just because the camera's on him?
Everything, Jason Kelce, when Jason Kelce said that a couple of years ago, that's what really won, because I had questions about Nick.
Like most people,
correct. When Jason Kelce said he held people more accountable than any coach he's ever been around in his life.
and you step back and like, wait a minute, this guy said Andy Reid, Chip Kelly, Doug Peterson, but Sirianni's the guy. That was the moment a couple of years ago you were like, wait a minute.
Well, that's, to me, the most important thing for a head coach. Again, most people want their head coach. He doesn't call plays, blah, 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 blah. He's got to call the offense, doesn't do this. No. To me, the head coach is, are you a leader of men? Do they respect you? Do you hold people accountable? And every single player, up to Jason Kelce, probably the one guy, if he said he holds people more accountable than any other coach I've ever played for in my life, that to me puts you at the top of the line.
Exactly.
So I don't have questions about Nick as what I want in my head coach. Now, you might want something else from your head coach. Maybe you want your head coach to call plays or design an offense. And by the way, did Nick want Kevin Patullo gone? No. He didn't want him gone, but he's also not dumb enough to say, I'm going to save your job. No, he failed. Patullo failed Sirianni, so he knew it and had to move on. He didn't want him gone. By the way, Kevin Patullo's not gone. Kevin Patullo's still a part of the organization. But, hey, man, I gave you an opportunity and you failed me. I'm sorry. I have to move on. So good for Nick. Good for Nick. Because in that situation, he could have done what Doug did. What did Evan Cohen say on our show? If you're a good friend, Patullo goes to Sirianni and says, I failed you.
Right.
You don't have to fire me. I'm firing myself.
And by the way, John pointed out as well that Sirianni is politically savvy enough that he knows what to do and what not to do. Like, Sirianni's like going out there and, being like Mike McDaniel and like driving down the road and like stalking opposing team bars or like staring people down. Like, Sirianni's focused on winning football games.
Say again?
I said John was saying that Sirianni's politically savvy enough to know what to do and what not to do.
Yeah. Look, it goes back to A.J. Brown. He likes Kevin Patullo. He didn't want to see him lose his job. But it's almost like they all knew can't happen.
Right.
Can't keep him here.
Can't do it.
As much as we like him, got to move on from him. Otherwise, we're going to be in the same situation.
And listen, by the way, shouldn't we give people credit when they make a mistake and they admit they made a mistake? Isn't that what we ask for? Don't we want people to say, hey, we tried this, it didn't work, we're gonna move on. So why don't we give Sirianni and the Eagles credit for that?
Hey, listen, I think what Sirianni, we all act like you're never going to make a mistake or you can't make a mistake. So if you make a mistake, then you failed. Making mistakes happens. It's, do you learn from the mistakes? Peterson made the mistake, and he didn't want to learn from it.
Right, he dug his heels in harder.
He dug his heels in harder for somebody that he really shouldn't have been fighting for. You know, he gives the job to Press Taylor.
Yep.
Press Taylor, the Eagles say, hey, listen, you got to move on from Press Taylor. And Doug did not recognize, hey, he could be a problem, therefore we should move on from him. He said, no, I'm not moving on from this. Now, in certain situations, if you don't strongly believe that your offense was a problem because of this guy, okay, I can understand you fighting for that. But to lose your job over that, I don't think Nick was so obtuse to say, man, our offense was really humming this year. These guys got it wrong. No, he identified from Jump Street. They knew. And what do you could say you could have made a change in season. I don't know about that.
Again, I think
because the last time they made a change in season, that backfired on.
Well, that's what Diana Rossini said to you guys at Radio Row, which was, she said, look, they knew what happened in the past. They want to repeat it.
Exactly. They fired the coach in midseason.
And remember when Jacoby Dean
mid-season,
told you?
late
Jacoby
mid-season.
Dean, he almost like laughed because he was like, "Oh, that was bad," when they changed the coach in season. Like he almost like scoffed at, like he's like, "Yeah, that was bad, man. I don't want to talk about that." Remember that?
Yeah. Listen, to call Nick Sirianni a yes man is diminishing his role in the success that they've had. To say that he's a yes man essentially says he has a minimal role in why the team is successful. And in a league that is so predicated on preparation and coaching,
yes,
it's just obtuse to have that opinion. You can't say that the coach is a yes man and the team has the level of success that it has had.
I think that there are yes men coaches in the city of Philadelphia, and I don't think one of them is Sirianni.
Listen, a lot of the, Rob Thompson, for instance, is he a yes man? I think that's just the role of the baseball coach.
Yes.
He may not be
in
a
today's
yes man.
baseball.
He might not be, quote unquote, a yes man. That's just you need to accept that that's your role as the manager.
Correct.
Is I'm going to have to take a lot of input from the front office.
Right. I don't think Rob Thompson woke up one day and decided to be a yes man. I just think he understands that in today's baseball, being in line with the person who is signing your paycheck is probably the smart thing to do.
Hey, have you checked out my friends at the Nizams? Tonight would be a great night for a little dinner for the whole family. You can do it at the Nizams, Route 40 and EHT, ready to serve delicious Indian dishes. Bring out the whole family and check out a little bit of everything. Or this weekend, they're open 7 days a week from 11:30 to 9:30. How about a special lunch buffet? Sundays from 11:30 to 3. Check out the full menu at thenizams.com for more information. Coming up, football at 4 in 15 minutes. On the other side, it's the unsportsmanlike moment of the day, and that's next right here on the Sports Bash.
They have an owner that's presided over 11 teams that have gone to the Super Bowl. This dude has presided over all 6 championships. So the infrastructure is clearly in place in New England to get the most out of their team. They still have their quarterback who was runner-up in the MVP voting on a rookie contract. Even if they wanted to, they can't pay Drake May this offseason. So you know what that means? They can go out and spend a bunch of money like they did last offseason. And I would bet that the pieces that they bring in would complement that's already there and shore up the deficiencies that became more glaring in the Super Bowl loss to the Seattle Seahawks.
Chris Canty, that's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, thinks it's more likely that the Patriots are back in the Super Bowl than it is the Seahawks. What do you guys think? 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board, and his is basically based on their past success, that they have an owner and they have a quarterback. So is the Vrabel-Drake May pairing the pairing that is more likely to get back, or is it the McDonald-Darnold pairing? He goes with the Patriots. Now, here's the one thing I don't agree with. Is Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs? I know Mahomes is hurt and might not be ready to start the season, but are the Chiefs now mid?
I don't think they're mid, but I think they're a year away. Because I think Mahomes, we know that injury takes a quarterback a while to get back to full strength.
Baltimore
is, the jury is still out because they changed the coach.
Denver
is fascinating because they were right there. You know, if Bo Nix is healthy, do they win that game?
Houston.
I think Houston's got a lot of problem with the quarterback.
Jacksonville,
I think, is an up-and-coming team, very dangerous.
Buffalo.
I'm curious to see what hiring a guy that Josh Allen likes to be the head coach, how is that going to impact the rest of the team?
That doesn't include Joe Burrow, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, the Chargers.
I think Pittsburgh's actually going to be better than people think they are going to be.
So is the path for the Patriots, with all those teams there, easier than you got Philadelphia, you got Dallas, Washington and the Giants should both be better.
San Francisco, the Rams, in their own division.
Which is the easier path, the Seattle path or the New England path? I would say this. I think that the AFC was more down this year.
Yes.
Than it will be next year. So I think the Patriots' path is going to be more difficult, but I still think that he's not wrong. That Drake may have the better. It's crazy to say that because Darnold's won 14 games 2 years in a row. Like, do we think that the Seahawks are built with the quarterback coach, Darnold, McDonald, or Vrabel? Because they're both defensive coaches.
I hate
As was Belichick, by the way.
Yeah, I hate to be evasive on the point, but I think the bigger issue this offseason isn't the quarterback. I think it's what they can do for the quarterback.
See, New England, to me, their roster is further away. They had an easier path this year. So it'll be interesting to see how they continue to build. I thought Evan Cohen brought this up this morning, something that Kevin Nagandi said. Washington tried to skip steps because they went to the NFC Championship game, and they went out and got Deebo Samuel and got older and added veterans. Does the New England Patriots keep building even if it means they take a step back?
Listen, I think that the Patriots, if they fix the O-line and they upgrade the offensive weapons around the quarterback, they could definitely be back. But if they do the Brandon B method and they just say, oh, the quarterback's good enough, then no.
All right, Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Who's more likely to be back next year, New England or Seattle?
By the way, Seattle does have one massive question mark. Kenneth Walker is going to be a free agent.
Yep.
If he doesn't come back, are they able to run the way they did this year?
609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. That plus Adam Caplan for Football at Fours on the other side. See some text messages coming in on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. Why is Jake Elliott not catching any blame? He makes that extra point. It changes the game. He was horrible. We actually talked about that yesterday. Are we looking for a new kicker, the text message says. The problem with Jake Elliott is he signed an extension. It's kind of hard to eat salary on a kicker.
Yeah, that would be $6 million you eat on a kicker.
Makes it difficult, but not wrong to that guy right there. 609-403-0973. Keep continuing to send your text messages in on the White Horse RV text board. More Sports Bash coming up. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. The offseason is here. What is some of the to-do for the Birds? We'll look at the to-do list for the offense, which is pretty much signed. Everybody is signed to come back except for Dallas Goedert. So what does that mean? Let's take a look. Adam Caplan spent last week on Radio Row with us. We had some fun roundtable football at 4 sessions, but now the Super Bowl is in the books and the offseason is here. Adam, good to talk to you again, pal.
Mike, that was awesome. Yeah, we had a great time, no doubt. And how about, I was thinking about this today. Kind of, I do stuff for Sports Grid. We talk about the week and what I saw and heard. But the story that Brian Hoyer, I believe he told it with us last week, right, with Greg, when he talked about how Wade Phillips put a brand-new defense and they've never seen, and they kind of, during the game, you talk about halftime adjustments or whatever adjustments, they completely had to kind of rework their offensive game plan as the game went along. That was the Super Bowl in 2018. That was a low-scoring game, but somehow you got to give Josh McDaniels credit. And the story Hoyer told, and he was phenomenal, by the way, with us.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, by the way, just the whole week. But the Football at 4 segments, the roundtables, you and Greg and Hoyer for that segment, it was a lot of fun. And we uncovered so many different things. And one of the things that we uncovered happened to be, we didn't get to uncover it until after the fact because A.J. Brown did speak on the Micah Parsons podcast last week. So when the Eagles' offseason to-do list starts, I guess the first question they have to come to terms with, Adam, is A.J. Brown's future. So what does the future for A.J. Brown look like? Where does it kind of start here? Yeah, well, Mike, here's the thing. We know how talented he is, and I think you asked him about A.J. Brown, and he did say with it he still looked good, but there were times with the effort had to be better. He signed through 2029. The guaranteed money it's significant. But the fully guaranteed money ends after the season. I mean, past the season, Mike, you have to ask yourself, this is the way he's explained to me. He turns, by the way, 29 in June. At what point do you think that it's diminishing returns? Like, he's not the same player, and do you want to wait another year to trade him? We're not even talking about his issues with getting the ball and whatever is going on with him, he and Hurts. We're just talking about age and how it catches up with you. As Dr. David Chow told us when we asked him last year, he came up with a term. It's something like football knees. It's wear and tear on both knees. It's not just one, as I understood it, when the Titans traded him. But he's been really healthy here. I mean, that's one of the amazing things. He hasn't missed a lot of time. But you never want to wait till it's too late. I've given the Alshon Jeffrey example that they restructured and extended his contract. That turned out to be a mistake. So with A.J. Brown, Mike, they have to have a real honest talk with themselves. And then the other thing is, this is a big thing when you talk about the to-do list. I know the coaches are very limited to what they're in their communication with the players in the offseason, but Sean Mannion cannot wait till May to talk to this guy. I know that the rules prohibit them from visiting, but somehow they have to, I don't know whether it's text or Zoom, they've got to talk, and if Brown's going to stay, he's at least got to feel very good about the scheme going forward. Well, he said that change sometimes can be a good thing, and then he kind of gave a compliment to Kevin Patullo. So is this his way of saying, look, I've been asking for it, and you finally made the move? I'm ready to go to work. Well, it's more the scheme, Mike. We you talked about Greg Cosell there. He called it a high school offense at one point. He doesn't. As Greg always says, it's not an opinion. It's based on what the tape tells me. And we had said, Mike, more than once during our show last season, we had one personnel guy tell us it's the worst scheme that he'd seen in the National Football League in years. And you could blame the former offense coordinator Kevin Patullo, but it's not his scheme. It's Sirianni's scheme. Well, it's no longer because that's where Adam, they're completely changing it. Go ahead. Yeah, that's where Adam AJ kind of said, "Hey, he's got a good heart, and I really respect him." In other words, like he tried. It wasn't his fault, but something had to be done. That's a very good way to say it, Mike.
you knew it. Look, my mom, who's 95, when she turns to 95 next month, knows that there was going to be a change. There had to be. Now, in some buildings, Petula could have come back as the OC with or without the play calling, but it would never work in the Eagles building with Jeffrey Lurie being the owner. He just demands he puts on offense. So you got Sean Mannion, who now is in his third year in coaching. I cannot wait to see this thing in OTAs, but they've got to get on this. If Brown's going to be back and not traded, they've got to be on the same page with him in more ways than one. And Howie, I know for a fact, does talk to players. He tries to connect with them. We know Sirianni is a great connector. Everybody's got to, if he's going to be back, they've got to have a heart-to-heart with him. And enough of the acting out, it doesn't help. And obviously Hurts and AJ have got to get somehow on the same page.
Adam Caplan, Football at 4. Let's go there. The offensive coordinator and Jalen Hurts. Some people wonder whether Jalen Hurts can even run Sean Mannion's offense here. So how do they get on the same page?
Yeah, we talked about this when Mannion was hired, Mike. They're going to run an old-school West Coast offense. Well, I say that with an asterisk. They're going to run a West Coast offense. That's not up to debate or argument. It's what they're running. It's how could you match it up with your quarterback? Yes, as you brought up, on the surface, it's hard to imagine this is going to be good for Hurts. However, you within that, as explained to me by someone with another team who's coaching on the West Coast, it's not like they can't bring in some concepts that Hurts likes. Of course they can. But the overall concepts are going to change. And you've got to find something with your tape study, and I'm sure that Mannion's done it, that Hurts thinks and the OC thinks that he can execute. And communication connectivity, it absolutely crucial because Hurts is a quiet guy, introspective. This is just the way he is. But man, Mannion is a young coach who is got to get on the same page with Hurts, and when they're allowed to communicate, they've got to get on the same page and know each other. Because remember, Petula worked with Hurts for 5 years. What didn't, for an example, a guy that the Eagles talked to, Bobby Slowick with the Texans. What I'm told was he did not get fired because the second year after a great rookie season for G.J. Stroud, that was not the factor. The factor with Slowick was he had major problems getting on the same page with Stroud in communication. He got fired because of it. So you've got to, like, Mannion is a young coach, only in his third year in coaching and calling plays for the first time. He's got to get on the same page with Hurts. Crucial.
Adam, what about getting on the same page? Let's talk about that with the new offensive line coach and how that will affect the decisions of Landon Dickerson and Lane Johnson. You got Sirianni, you got Mannion, and now you got Cooper, the new offensive line coach.
Yeah, and again, communication is very limited by the CBA. It's not going to be easy. I'd be stunned if Lane Johnson retired. Look, you never say never, as we've talked about for 9 years now on Inside the Birds. You never say never. But with Dickerson, it's a situation, Mike, where he's only 27. He turns 28 in September, right? It's very rare, not impossible, but to happen. But most players who go through this, they kind of stick it out a couple years and then retire before they're 30. But this would be very young to do this. But you know what? As I tell people, we're not in his shoes with Landon. He doesn't know Mannion. I would assume. Chris Cooper, the new O-line coach, he was a younger guy, a younger O-line coach. In terms of his career, he's only been running a room for 4 years. So this is different here, Mike. Again, they're limited to what they're allowed to do and what they could say to Landon if you're a new coach. But the sooner they kind of figure it out with Landon, the better. And obviously, they're not going to rush him to make a decision. But Chris Cooper is a guy that I covered him as a player. His almost entire background is in West Coast, and the kind of blocking angles and what they're going to ask to do. So he knows this. He knows the scheme that they're going to run, and we'll see how it does. And that'll be another offseason discussion, Mike. What it's going to look like under Cooper.
Well, I'll tell you what, and that's another thing. Real quick on that is this offensive line. The way that Stoutland built it, are they equipped to run a West Coast offense? That's a different style of offensive lineman, too.
Well, they did do it under Doug Peterson. Doug Peterson wanted to run what's called a spread West Coast offense, according to the coaches I spoke with who were there then. But Doug doesn't run it. He doesn't see the same way. And, of course, Stoutland was the offensive line coach then. But things change and people evolve, and you're talking about basically 10 years since the first year that Doug was here, obviously in 2016. But the way that they're going to run this, which is going to be McVay's, is different. So is Shanahan's from Doug's. The blocking angles are going to be different. We'll talk more about this with Greg Cosell on the Intel with Greg Cosell during our off-season shows. Greg will break it down for us, but you make a good point, Mike. They're still very talented on the offensive line, but does Tyler Steen fit this? Does Juergens? Look, Juergens is on a contract for a while, but we'll have to see what happens, Mike. It's another one of the many questions for this football team in their offseason. What fits and what doesn't fit?
Let's go to Goddard. He is a free agent. He's the only free agent on offense, but it's not a fait accompli. You let him walk. You don't have anybody to replace him on the roster. There's not a young player. I mean, you can say Cam Latu, but there is not a guy with any experience. So what is Goddard's future here?
All right, we're going to talk more about this in free agency, but this is, to me, on my to-do list. Latu's back. He's under contract. He's a wide tight end. He's an inside tight end who's there to block. Did a very good job in his role, although I still think they blew it with him. He was used more as an offset fullback than a tight end, a wide tight end, but he's really a Y. Mike, you're right. They have to strongly consider bringing Goddard back. Why? A, for cap reasons. They actually restructured his contract before they. It's kind of complicated. It was explained to me by someone who would definitely know. They could massage the cap a little bit if he comes back, but the big thing is because he clearly showed he hasn't lost anything. Look, I get it. They didn't throw it to him a lot outside the red area, where he scored a number of touchdowns, but he showed he could still play. He's always been a good blocker. What maybe dropped off a little bit as a blocker last season, but there are reasons for that. They have so many needs, Mike, and we'll talk more about this as we get closer to free agency. But they're probably more needs on both sides of the football in probably the last 6 or 7 years, way more than you think. But probably I'm already on this. I already have my list. I'm stunned, way more than I anticipated. It's not only because of free agency for both sides of the football. It's injury, player development, age. They have a lot to do in this offseason, Mike.
They do, and it happens fast, right? Like at the beginning of last year, you're not even thinking. And then 1 year later, you're like, wow, they got this. This guy got old. And by the way, the free agency begins on Wednesday, March 11th, 1 month from tomorrow. And don't forget, February is short, so it's actually shorter than a month from now. Wednesday at 4 o'clock. By Wednesday at 4 o'clock, we will know 150 players have changed teams because of
Mike, it actually starts Monday. Just so you know, the
legal
tampering period is it starts Monday at 12 p.m. Eastern. I hate this rule. I hated it when they did it. What you just said, Mike, is the reason why. By the time we get to the official league year at 4 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, just about every key player has been already agreed to. It's so stupid.
Stupid.
And in fact, Ray Anderson, who came up with the idea, who left the NFL to be, I think he might still be at Arizona State, but it just because I talked to Ray about it many years ago, because the tampering's so rampant, they wanted a better way to corral it. But so what? It happens at the combine. Hell, McNabb was being shopped. I put this out in 2010. McNabb was being shopped at the Senior Bowl, Mike. So it's just the tampering. The tampering happens, man. It's not going to stop.
Yes, the new league year officially begins on Wednesday, March 11th at 4, but there is a 2-day legal tampering negotiation that begins on March the 9th at noon. So on March 9th at noon, we will start to know where players are moving. And by the way, starting next week on the 17th, the window for franchise tags and the transition tag, I would imagine the Eagles would not think about doing that for Goddard, correct? Or Jalen Phillips?
I mean, the Eagles...
They don't like to use it.
No, not only do they not like to use it, teams tell me this. There's some teams that are more inclined to use it. Teams that don't like using it, they'll only do it if they absolutely have to have the player back, and they're like, we're not going to let this guy go. Now, with George Pickens, the Cowboys... I felt all along that because it's highly unlikely they're going to extend his deal. Not impossible, but it's highly unlikely because he had some games where he just simply didn't show up. Why would you give this guy a multi-year deal when there are games? It's the same reason why the Steelers got rid of him. They don't trust him.
All right, Football 4, it begins the offseason, and we will be all over it right here. And don't forget, the Inside the Birds podcast. Check that out on all podcasting platforms. We know you already do. Thanks, Adam.
Thanks.
Adam Caplan, everybody, who was with us live on Radio Row last week. We had a good, fun conversation, a little round table. Josh, I know you probably enjoyed the round table there with Greg Cosell. We were geeking out with all his insight and analysis. We had people texting in all week about Greg, and, he was excellent. Greg Cosell, by the way, was like the nicest guy of all time, and he was having so much fun doing the round table with us. So that was a lot of fun. We hope you enjoyed that as well. 609-403-0973. People watching on YouTube. Let's see. I want to see AJ stay because I think Sean Mannion will have some creative plays for him. I agree, Michael. I do. I think AJ. I think AJ wants to stay. I think he likes it here. He doesn't want to leave. And the fact that they made the change at offensive coordinator, and it's not just the coordinator change, it's the shift in offensive philosophy. That is the big thing. Angie is watching on YouTube. Angie says, the thing with AJ is that your thoughts become your life. And if you think like the victim, you're not going to act like a go-getter on the field. AJ says things that I take at face value. Well, that's interesting. Like, he does say things that makes it feel like he is the victim in this stuff, meaning like, I can help the team win, and you're not utilizing me. Right. And therefore, like, he tries to make it feel like, well, if you use me, we wouldn't lose. But that's not always the case because the Eagles have used him. His numbers were better and they were losing.
Right. There was a 4-game stretch where he had big numbers and they lost all 4 games.
The Eagles need to, and by the way, they're going to shift their whole offensive philosophy. Are they going to be able to – do they have the personnel to do what they want to do? That's a big question here. I think that's going to be something that is not going to be discussed all that much.
No, because when you start discussing that question, then you start having to dive into – less fun conversations, shall we call it.
Well, and McMullen brought it up about the offensive line. He talked about it earlier, the fact that their offensive line was built for Jeff Stoutland's scheme and rushing attack. You go West Coast, that's a lot of different style of offensive line play.
It's a different offensive line play. Not that you can't run the ball heavy, not that you can't be a run-first team, because we know that the McVays, the Shanahans, the Kubiaks, they like to run the ball. I think you saw Josh Jacobs. He was a huge part of the Packers' offense the last 2 years with Sean Mannion out there.
Yeah.
I think the issue is not that they won't run the ball. It's that the running will look different.
609-403-0973. And then the other thing is, McMullen brought this up in the last hour as well. A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, is he the kind of running back that fits well on the West Coast?
I think any running back worth their salt, to use the Malcolm Jenkins term, can be in a West Coast offense.
Well, John did bring up the question of how does he fit in there? How does this offensive line fit in there? It's going to be a lot of change. That seems to be the one thing. That seems to be the one thing that you can bank on here, is that there is about to be a lot of change in the Philadelphia Eagles offensive scheme and play call.
I think a guy like Barkley, he's not Christian McCaffrey, but he can be like a Josh Jacobs. He can be like a Kenneth Walker, where you're not asking them to be the receiver out of the backfield, but you're asking them to just, be the guy who gets the explosive plays.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Good stuff from Adam as always. It was fun hanging out with Adam all week. And we look forward to the offseason of change, I guess, for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Sounds like a T-shirt, off-season of change.
Football at 4 brought to you by Ocean Casino and the Fanatic Sportsbook. Yesterday was our last day there. We hope to do some more in the offseason with them as well. It's a place to be every football season and all the big games. They got UFC coming up this weekend or next weekend. I guess the next big viewing event would be the NCAA tournament.
March Madness.
Going to be here before we know it.
Right here on 97.3 ESPN.
Yeah, we're your home for March Madness. And I talked about free agency begins it's less than a month from now. March the 9th is the legal tampering. March the 9th will also be the MAC Basketball Championship Women's Final. The men's final will be on the 10th, Tuesday night at Boardwalk Hall in Atlantic City. All right, coming up, Knicks Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw's back with the Nuggets for today. 5 o'clock, Jeff Kerr on the Phillies. Jeff Kerr will be covering the Phillies for us this year. At Jeff Kerr, PHL on the Phils. And Jeff's going to tell us, too, there's a lot of stuff Phillies we're going to talk about, but Jeff's coverage this year on the Phillies. If you're a Phillies fan and you like listening to our show for Phillies stuff, Jeff's coverage of the Phillies is going to be tremendous this year. He's going to tell you a little bit about how he is going to expand coverage of the Phillies on our show coming up a little bit later on as well. Plus, Keith Pompey from the Inquirer on the Sixers as their West Coast trip ended last night with a thumping at the hands of the Portland Trailblazers. They have one more game tomorrow night against the Knicks before the All-Star break. We'll have that at 5:30 tonight. The Nuggets, they're next on the Sports Bash. All right, 428 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, you can watch the Sports Bash on X and on YouTube at 973 ESPN, at Mike Gill Show. Just search my name or search Sports Bash. You'll find us on any of those platforms. 428 on a Tuesday. Nuggets on the way. Don't forget the 97.3 ESPN text board. It's the White Horse RV text board in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. Couple text messages we want to get to. Jim in Williamstown, I guess it's not unreasonable to expect that the Eagles don't have a good year next year with all the changes. All these players are going to be a lot of hiccups. What do you think? I don't think it's unreasonable, Jim. I don't see why, though. I don't know why we would expect the Eagles to take a step back. By the way, the betting odds for the divisions next year, the Eagles, Josh, the Eagles, Cowboys, Commanders, Giants. Who is the favorite in the East?
I mean, I would assume it'd be the Eagles.
The Eagles, Dallas, Washington, Giants. The Eagles are minus 120. They are the favorites. Dallas is plus 275. Washington plus 450. The Giants are 7-1. By the way, the Eagles, of every team in the NFL, the betting odds, the Eagles are the only favorite to repeat. They are the only team in the league that they have to repeat. So, from last year. Yes. Now, one team went from worst to first in 2025. That was the Patriots. In 2024, there were no teams that went from worst to first.
Right.
In 2023, one team, Houston, went from worst to first. In 2026, opening odds have no teams going from worst to first. Do you think there's a worst to first next year?
Absolutely.
Who's that?
I mean, I haven't looked at every schedule yet, so I couldn't tell you based on any definitive information. But if I had to just pick a random team, I would
say, was there a team that finished in last that you're like, you know what, I could see they're on the way up?
Yeah, so the team that I would highlight,
I think there's one that's obvious.
I would go with the Saints.
That's the one. I would say that's the obvious one because that division
I wasn't
stinks.
sure if you and I were thinking about the same team.
That division stinks.
That's why I paused for a minute. You kind of threw me off.
That's the one. That's the one that I think has a chance. Arizona, I don't think has a shot.
Nope. Unless they get a good quarterback.
It's a tough division. In the North, the last place team was Detroit.
Detroit could.
I could see them winning the division.
Definitely could see that.
Giants, I have a hard time with. Raiders, I have a hard time with. Tennessee, I have a hard time with. Cleveland and New York, I have a hard time with. So I think the two obvious ones would be Detroit and New Orleans.
Yeah.
I mean, Arizona won 3 games. They're in a division that had a team win 14, 12, and 12.
The only way I could see a team that's not Detroit or the Saints winning their division from last to first is if one of those teams makes some significant upgrade. Like, for example, if Tennessee went absolutely nuts this offseason and, overhauled their offensive line.
Yeah, again, it's February 10th. We don't know what these teams are going to look like.
Right. If
they went out and overhauled the offensive line, Tennessee could be what the Bears potentially were.
Right. That's what I'm thinking in my mind. Because some of these teams, they are literally a position group upgrade away from being significantly better.
I don't know if Tennessee's a position upgrade away.
Position group, I said.
Their defense was terrible.
It was, but you would assume that they're bringing in Robert Saleh with the understanding they're going to improve the defense.
Probably. The Eagles were the only team in the NFL to repeat from last year, this year and the year before.
Right.
The opening odds have 6 new division winners as the favorites for next year.
Interesting.
Yes. They have the Bills as the favorite over New England. They have the Ravens as the favorite. They have the Texans as the favorite. They have the Chargers as the favorite. They have the Packers as the favorite. And the Buccaneers as the favorite. Now, do you like the Chargers or Denver?
Wow, oh boy. I would lean to the Chargers only because of the fact that is there going to be a bit of a lull for the Broncos? You know, Sean Payton, his years in New Orleans was up, down, up, down, up, down. He was not consistently winning every year.
2024 had 2 new division winners. 2023 had 4 new division winners. Last year, the Eagles were the only team to repeat. So it would seem that somewhere between maybe 3 of those teams would actually do it. I don't know. I think the most interesting is the East and the AFC because you got the Bills. The Patriots went to the Super Bowl last year, and the Bills are the favorites.
Right.
So you're saying the Super Bowl team isn't even the favorite in its own division next year.
Crazy.
Who won the North this year? Did Pittsburgh end up winning the North? They actually have the 3rd best odds in their own division. Baltimore, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh.
I'm very curious what Cincinnati does this offseason because
They need a new offensive line.
they need a new offensive line, number one, but they also need a better defense.
They need a new defense.
So, and remember, Trey Hendrickson's a free agent.
Yeah, Pittsburgh, you said you like with McCarthy coming in there. That could be a team that wins 12 games. Now, they're talking about Aaron Rodgers now possibly coming back.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk that McCarthy and Rodgers are going to run it back one more time.
Houston, Jacksonville, Indianapolis is a player here because now what's going to happen with quarterback there?
Right. Is Daniel Jones going to be back for next year? Do they go out and, there's speculation that, the Cardinals could unload Kyler Murray. What if Kyler Murray goes to a team like Indianapolis and Shane Steichen says, "Get me my hands on that guy"?
Well, and the whole offseason quarterback thing's going to be interesting. What happens with Kirk Cousins? There's some talk about him going back to Minnesota.
Yep.
But what other free agent quarterbacks or what other possible quarterbacks are going to be on the market? I think that's a fascinating thing to watch as well.
The 49ers have currently said they are not trading Mac Jones, but, it is February. That could change by the draft.
Yeah, the Mac Jones, you got not a great free agent class. And Marcus Mariota, Jimmy Garoppolo, Tyrod Taylor, Kenny Pickett.
That's what I'm saying, the trade
Malik
market.
Willis would be one to keep an eye on, though.
He's going to get overpaid by somebody.
He will be the one that you should watch to see which team overpays and goes all in and says,
Like, is it
we
the
think
Cardinals?
if he comes here, could it be Indianapolis? Or do they bring Daniel Jones back?
I can see a scenario where they bring back Daniel Jones.
I can
for
see
sure.
Cleveland.
That would be horrible.
They have one more year, though, of Watson, don't they?
He's under contract one more year, but they could unload his money if they really wanted.
I'm trying to think if there's one other team that
The Jets.
Although they play high enough in the draft. Although, what's his name went back?
Yep.
The Oregon kid.
Yeah. I see his face. Dag nabbit. Brown. Right?
That's not ringing a bell. Because Mendoza's going to go number 1. And
someone's going to overdraft Ty Simpson, by the way.
I was going to say, there's not really a number.
Dante Moore.
Moore is his name, yeah. You said Brown. I was like, that's not ringing a bell. Dante Moore. There's not really a number 2 quarterback that I can see being a top 10 pick.
No, there definitely is not.
So the Jets being number 2, now you're in that situation.
Or
All right.
are you the Jets and you trade for Kyler Murray and hope for the best? Oof.
Yeah, what other quarterbacks could be trade possibilities? The offseason is going to be fascinating, as it always is. I mean, it's always interesting. But, because Seattle and the Patriots were so out of right field, I think now everyone's saying we could be the team that comes out of right
we
field.
could be the Seattle.
Yeah. All right, it's time for the Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is back with today's edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. What's up, Nuggets?
Oh, we made it. I did a light jog from building to building to get to my little nest I have right here to jump on the Nuggets. So we are here. We're semi out of breath. But listen, I think, I know you put out the poll question today. I'm going to start with Nugget number 1. I'm going to get right into it. I'm fired up. I'm jittery right now because I just ran quarter of a mile to get here. But guess what? I think AJ should stay. And I know all the reporting. We had Diana Rossini on at Radio Row. I would like the guy to stay here. I mean, he's a great player. I understand all of the shenanigans, the locker room, etc. But if you could give him a year under Sean Mannion, I want to see the creativity with A.J. Brown in the lineup. And it's funny, I saw a graphic of all the routes A.J. Brown ran this year, right? And I thought it was fascinating. There was a wide open seam in the middle. So he ran a lot of routes down the sideline, etc. I would like to see him in this offense one more year. I understand, if he's going to be an issue, whatever. But I mean, we saw the issue last year. We knew it was the offense. We knew it was the play design. We knew they needed someone else to come in here and kind of shake things up a little bit. Why not give it another year? Give it another try. If he's willing to be open to still playing here, he said he still loves Philly. He called Philly home. Then keep him here. You don't have to trade him. You don't have to do it. I would prefer him to stay. I think everybody who was smart would want him to stay.
Well, I don't want to see him go if you're just getting rid of him to get rid of him. Now, if you think he's lost a step, that would be different. Like if you deemed the reason we got rid of him is because we think that we have gotten everything we can out of him, that would be a different story, and that would sell me a little bit more. I don't know that to be true. I can't sit here and say, yeah, he looks like he lost a step. Some people have said that. I'm not getting rid of him because I think he's unhappy, though.
No, I think if you can keep him, and there's been reporting by multiple people that when the combine comes around, that you're going to start hearing the rumblings ramp up a little bit. Like Super Bowl weeks, he was all nice. He didn't want to talk to Scott Grayson, but he goes on Micah's podcast, etc. Listen, if you want him back, he's a good player, okay? And just having him out there as a threat to throw to is huge, right? Like he will draw attention from defensive backs, from safeties. That means you could go to other options in a Goddard, in a Devontae Smith. We've seen it happen before. He's a dynamic player. And it's a shame they didn't get to use him a ton last year. He still had 1,000 yards, by the way. He had a couple of big games, but he didn't get to make the same impact that he had in years past. And you hope you bring in some new offensive minds, get him more involved. That's all. I can't hate the guy for wanting to get the football. I can't disparage that. Now, could he have gone about it way better? Absolutely. He's going on Twitch streams, complaining, blah, blah, blah. That's not a way to go about it. And I think he should definitely be criticized for that. But the guy ultimately wants the ball.
Yeah, I think he is, the comments that he made to Micah Parsons, to me, says change is a good thing. He got the change he wanted. He said, KP, great heart, great guy. In other words, I like the guy, but unfortunately, I don't think he did a good job. And I'm now ready for the season because we made the necessary change. And that change was the philosophy of our offense the last 4 years. It was time to change that philosophy. And we've now done that, and I'm ready to be a part of that.
Yeah, and I think, things got heated at the end of the season. We saw him in Sirianni jawing at the end of the San Francisco game, right? He didn't talk to the media at the end of the game. He didn't do any media at Radio Row other than going on another player's podcast. So it's like, all right, maybe he had some time to cool off, reset, and you don't just trade a player like A.J. Brown just to trade him. You just can't do that. If you're Howie Roseman, and he's smart enough to do that, if it's so toxic where you had to trade him, it got to like TO levels of toxicity, and all right, you make a move. But I don't think it's there. I don't think it's levels of toxicity where we got to get rid of him. Like he has to go. Like it's Castellanos. Like you have to get rid of him. Somehow he's still on the roster. We'll get to that in a second. But it's not to that level, it feels like, where you just got to get rid of him. He's got to get off the team. It's not. I don't feel like it's there. But it could get there at some point if this season goes awry.
Well, and that's what they have to, I think, Nick. They have to determine. Was AJ just unhappy because of what we said, because of the system, because of that? Or was he just unhappy because he didn't like people or that, like that? And we asked Keyshawn Johnson about that. And Keyshawn said, I don't think he disliked anybody. He just wanted a change. He wanted a new system. And he's going to get that now.
Yeah, he's going to get it. And Keyshawn thinks he's as good as gone. He was one that thinks he's as good as gone.
Keyshawn does think he's gone, yes.
But we'll see. I mean, I'm curious to see when the combine ramps up, based on the reporting, will you start hearing the rumors? All right, he's probably out the door. Is he just playing coy? Can you, like Josh, I've heard Josh say multiple times, like he just doesn't believe anything that comes out of AJ's mouth, which is it could be a fair assessment. However, it's hard to trade a player like that. He's a very good player. He's a top receiver in the league. And if you get rid of him, it definitely changes your offense. You take a step back for sure. So I don't want to just get rid of him, just to get rid of him. If it's so toxic where you have to, that's when you move on from the guy.
Yeah, and I'm pretty I don't want to say I'm like 100% convinced here, but I think that was his way of saying I just wanted to see something different.
Sure.
And they done that for me, so I'm excited for the season now.
Well, the offense needed to evolve. It needed to change. I mean, you can't just run the same thing over and over again. This league changes so fast, and they need to do something different. So we'll see how it shakes out next year. It's gonna get juicy when the combine gets here. So all right, moving along. I invoked nugget number 2 a little earlier than I expected. Okay, little Nick Castellanos. Somehow, some way, we're a couple days out from spring training, and Nick Castellanos is still a Philadelphia Philly. I want everyone to take a listen to what Dave Dombrowski had to say about Nick Castellanos and when he might be gone, where he might still be on the roster. Who knows? Take a listen to Dave Dom.
Well, we continue to talk to clubs about that, and that's our focus prior to the start of spring training. So that's something that we'll continue to work on this week.
Is that something that you hope to have resolved this week?
Hopefully, yes.
Hey, Dave, just to clarify, if Nick is not traded or released by the time position players are scheduled to report, will he be in camp?
Well, at this point, we're doing everything we can to make a move by that time period. So I'll leave it at that right now.
The spring training's here. He's still here. Nobody wants the guy. Nobody wants him, Dave. Just cut him and get it over with. Eat it, cut him, just get it over with. What are we doing? What kind of answers were they? I'm so confused. How is he still here? How? It makes no sense. I understand nobody wants him, but he can't be in that clubhouse again. He can't. There's no way.
He's not going to be. He's not going to be in the clubhouse again.
Well, let's say they can't. Let's say they don't cut him or they don't trade him. Well, what happens? Does he not show up? This is a disaster. I mean, the way they've handled this is atrocious. I mean, we're already here. Pitchers and catchers are here.
They did this to themselves when they basically said they were willing to cut him, and then that sent the message out to other teams that we don't have to give you anything for them.
Yeah.
So they played this extremely poorly. There's no question about that.
But what if they don't cut him? Like, are they just? What are they doing? Is he trying to milk something out of like the trade market, and just get anything? Like, I don't even think anyone wants a low A reliever for him. Like, no one's willing to give that up for him.
He had no value to begin with. Then the Phillies lowered his value by suggesting that they were going to cut him no matter what. So then the other team said, well, why would I give you anything for him? So anybody this whole time was thinking that the Phillies were going to get anything for Nick Castellanos. The Phillies' message to the other teams was, we're going to cut him so you don't have to offer us anything. What kind of dummy would think that, hey, a team could come out and say we're going to release him, and then teams are going to start calling and saying, well, wait a second, before you release him, let us give you something for him. Like, that was never a reality. Now,
then how is he still? My question is, how is he still on the roster? Just cut him. What are they waiting for?
I don't understand why.
Right. I don't know why. Are they getting
that's
back?
What I said before. Are they that
petty,
ticked off at him that they are now trying to hurt his chances of getting another opportunity?
Yeah, like that. Like, are they that petty? Just cut it, done. Like, it didn't work. How bad was that interaction with Thompson that was talked about? Like, it was awful.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like to me.
Castellanos never had any value. They were never getting anything for him. So the fact that they came out and said, we're going to release him, or basically, look, they didn't even have to say we're going to release him. They signed Adolis Garcia. When they signed him, there was no room for Castellanos. So the Phillies misplayed this whole situation.
Could you imagine if he just sticks it to him and he shows up to camp and they don't cut him yet? Like, they're trying to be petty, keep him on the roster, hurt his chances of getting signed, etc. But he just shows up anyway. Like, what if it turns into this thing? Like, it could turn into this thing. Like, they don't cut him tomorrow, the next day. I mean, it could turn into something. That'd be awesome for us.
It would be akin to when Ben Simmons showed up.
Yeah.
And with the phone in the pocket.
Exactly. So what does he show up?
That would be what's happening here is he has to show up because he's signed, but he doesn't want to do anything, so he's just out in the outfield, with
imagine Castellanos just sitting in the outfield like crisscross applesauce while they're taking pop flies. He's just out there, I'm performing my obligation to my contract here. I'm out here. Rob Thompson throws him off the field. I mean, Ben Simmons got thrown out of practice by Doc Rivers. Thompson throws Castellanos out of the spring training. Oh, man, we would have something to talk about for days and days.
Yeah. Listen, as much as we're making fun of the way they've handled this, they misplayed their cards by first signing Garcia, then saying that they basically didn't want him back.
Yeah.
But they knew from Jump Street he had no value. There was nobody calling. There was nobody offering. There was nothing they could have done to get rid of him. So they weren't. It's not like they missed out on getting something here. I'm just trying to say that.
No. They didn't miss out on getting anything. I mean, that we knew he had no value. We knew he wasn't going to be back, but however, he's still here. And are they just being petty? That's the way I look at it. Like, I guess they're just being petty. They're going to wait till like the last second to cut him. I don't know.
This is the punishment for what he did last year. And they sat him for one game. That was minimal punishment. But now the punishment is we held on to you so you couldn't get a job.
Yeah. Pettiness.
I don't know that that's the case, by the way.
But that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. We're 2 days out of camp and he's still on the roster. It's crazy. It's craziness. All right.
So
before I get out of here,
do we think he shows up, or do they just tell him don't even bother?
I think Castellanos would be the guy to show up. He's an odd guy.
He'd show up too, so he just shows up anyway.
Would you show up if you're in Castellanos' situation? Would you show up?
No.
I would. I would love it. I would want to be petty back, and it'd be awesome. I think you have to. If you're going out, if they're going to do this to you and hold you from getting another job, you know what? Let's burn the whole thing down.
He will get picked up because somebody will just say, listen, and I've said this before, the team that will sign him is the Pirates, the low mid-market team or the small market team that wants to show their fans, hey, we're bringing in a former All-Star. This guy could possibly hit 30 home runs. And then their intention will be to try to trade him at the deadline if he gets off to a good start.
Yeah, he could. We'll see. All right, before I get out of here, did you see Mike Tirico? I mean, what a dog. I mean, going from Super Bowl all the way to Milan.
Yeah.
I mean, that's dog mentality.
I don't know about this.
Why? That's pretty. He started doing the coverage from the Super Bowl.
I know.
That's pretty good. I got to give him credit.
Look, I flew home from Thailand.
Here we go.
I landed in Newark on Thursday morning. Okay?
I'm just saying.
Went home, and Thursday at 2:00, I was at Chickies and Pete's.
You were
hosting the Sports Bash.
I gave you credit.
So guess what, Mike Tirico? I'm not all that impressed.
No, you're not impressed at all.
You know what a flight to Italy is?
On vacation, though. He was working.
That's not work. You're calling a game.
You were traveling the world. You'll be traveling the world again coming up here.
I was in Thailand. You know how much different of a flight? That's a 23-hour flight. I worked the same day.
I remember that. Yeah. I gave you credit then. I didn't. I'm
so
saying
Mike Tirico, hold my beer.
Wow. Nothing.
No.
Giving him no credit. All right.
Not to mention, nobody cares about the Olympics anyway.
Very true. Very true.
I haven't watched any of it.
I watched when they went from the Super Bowl to the Olympics for about 5 minutes, and I saw Lindsey Vonn. I think she tore her ACL.
I don't even think I've seen the video of that yet.
That's it. That's all I saw. All right.
Nah, that's pretty, good for Tirico. The fact, though, that
it's a grind, man.
He has to do that. And then is he doing the All-Star game, too, the NBA All-Star game?
I believe so, right?
Flying him back for that?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
He's got.
Don't waste your time. No one's watching that either. By the way, Maxi's in the 3-point competition.
Yes, yeah. I did see that.
There's the Nuggets. When we come back, Jeff Kerr on the Phillies. We'll see what he thinks about this Castellanos situation. That's next. Stick around. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
we can't forget that we won 96 games last year, and we got a really good club, and we're going to turn over probably 20 to 25% of our roster, and that's not including having Duran for the entire year. But I like the improvements we've made to our bullpen. We got a new right fielder.
That's what Rob Thompson said yesterday, the improvements they made to their club. He feels better about this team at spring training than he did last year at spring training. Should he? Jeff Kerr is going to be covering the Phillies all season long for 97.3 ESPN.com. He's got a new Substack. He's going to be doing a lot in podcasts, and we're looking forward to a season with Jeff right now. We're going to look at the Phillies as tomorrow, Jeff, they will be on the field in Clearwater as the Phillies pitchers and catchers report tomorrow. All right, man, that's what Rob Thompson said. He said he likes this team better. He feels better. Now, that's what you say every year. Hey, I feel worse about this team. But does he really feel better about this team?
You know what, Mike? That's kind of an oxymoron, right? Because he's supposed to feel good about his team. He's not going to say that they stink, but I'm trying to look at this year's team compared to last year's team, at least the team that started in spring training, what he's talking about. Everybody's a year older. I think I'd feel better about Bryce Harper. I don't know about Kyle Schwarber hitting 56 home runs again, but he's still really good. But last year, if you remember, there were question marks about Bryson Stott and Brandon Marsh. And this year, I think we kind of have answers. They're good platoon players. They're very efficient when they face right-handed pitchers. So what happens when a left-handed pitcher comes in? I think that's where the question marks are really going to kind of show up with this team. But overall, I don't think this team is as deep as last year. I don't know if they're as talented, but I still think they're a 90-win team.
Well, you know, one of the things he says is we changed the roster. We've changed some things. I saw you tweet out that, yeah, in fact, they have about 23% of the roster is different. But are those changes significant enough? Yeah, they might have changed 23% of the roster, but as you just kind of chronicled, Harper's back, Stott's back, Turner's back, Bohm's back, Marsh is back, Real Muto's back. Essentially, the entire starting staff is back. Most of the bullpen, not all of it. I do think they've made some changes to the bullpen that we can get into. But did they make enough changes?
I think it's hard to change when you have all those contracts tied up. Like, you could have moved on for Kyle Schwarber this offseason, but who's going to be your DH? You had the best DH available in free agency. That was your guy. He was always going to come back. JT Realmuto, you kind of had to pivot because of the Bo Bichette stuff. It wasn't a guarantee JT Realmuto was going to be back until Bo Bichette signed with the Mets, and he signed with the Phillies 2 hours later, so they went right back to him. He was the best catcher available on the market. Look, Alec Bohm's got 1 year left on his contract. Bryson Stott's got 2 more years left in arbitration. Turner's locked in. Harper's locked in. Nick Castellanos, you've been trying to get rid of him. He's not gone yet, but he has 1 year left on his contract. I think this is more of, yeah, it does look the same on paper, but you can't complain about, oh, they never bring prospects up till they're 25, 26 years old, and then there's Justin Crawford staring at you right in the face, and then you think he stinks. So I think you got to give an opportunity for these young kids to thrive with these aging veterans.
Well, and listen, you know, one of the things that they were kind of, as you just talked about, the Schwarber thing, they almost had to bring him back. They almost had no option. Once they swung and missed on Bo Bichette, you didn't really have a pivot on Real Muto, so I kind of understand that. However, should they have got more creative with maybe Bohm or Stott or Marsh or something else and tried to just shake this up? Or are we saying, listen, you were right there, why not try again?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. And look, there's always this funny stat from the NLDS I like to point out to people. Actually, there's a couple of them. The Phillies out-hit the Dodgers. They outscored the Dodgers. They had a higher OPS. They had a higher average. They outpitched the Dodgers. They had low ERA. They had more strikeouts. They lost the series in 4 games. I think it's more of just the unpredictability factor, and the Dodgers have more clutch hits than the Phillies did. And it's hard to measure clutch, right? You know, I think the Phillies win that series if their stars, the guys that they're paying, Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, hit the ball a little bit better. But that doesn't mean you get rid of these guys. I just think it's asinine to judge a baseball team over 4 games in October when the 162 game sample size shows you that, they're one of the best teams in the game.
All right, you wrote over at your Substack, Jeff Kerr on Substack. You could check that out at Jeff Kerr PHL about the Phillies the Phillies outfield, which was a major problem for them last year. They brought in Harrison Bader, and that fixed it for the back end. And, of course, he wasn't even available for the playoffs. But Adolis Garcia, Justin Crawford, Brandon Marsh, and Otto Kemp, that's what it looks like right now anyway. Is that offense more productive than the offense that we saw last year?
It can be, right? So last year they had a 710 OPS amongst their outfield. That whoever played, that was 18th in baseball. It was higher than the 692 from 2024. So they did improve. But what improved it was Harrison Bader, because when he arrived, that outfield has 786 OPS, which was 7th in baseball. So you're taking a risk by not bringing back Harrison Bader here. But where was Harrison Bader going to play? Justin Crawford had to play every day. He graduated from the minor league level. You just couldn't keep him in AAA. Brandon Marsh has earned the right to face right-handed pitching all the time. He has an 860 OPS against right-handed pitching. You have to play him. Nick Castellanos, you could say Harrison Bader could have replaced him, but do the Phillies really want to give a multi-year deal again when they're already got so many guys under multi-year deals? No, I think if Harrison Bader wanted a 1-year deal, he'd be back. But I get it from Harrison Bader's standpoint. He wanted that financial security. He wanted the length of a contract. He's always played under 1-year deals. So the Phillies are high on Otto Kemp. They want to play Otto Kemp. He's a prospect that developed through their system. Was he a top prospect? No, but he's hit at every single level, and they want to give him a fair shot. This is their opportunity. Look, it's funny. The move in the outfield, I question, is the free agent they signed, Adolis Garcia. I don't know. I feel like they're trying to capture 2023 magic with this guy, although he is a significant defensive upgrade over Nick Castellanos.
All right, so what is going to happen with Nick Castellanos? Give us some insight on that, Jeff. Obviously, they discussed it yesterday. It does not sound that there is any way, shape, or form that he shows up or that they even want him to show up tomorrow when they report on Monday.
I feel like they pretty much told him, don't come back, right? They're trying to trade him. They're trying to get something for this guy, or they're trying to get some team to take some money from this $20 million contract. And I just don't think anybody's biting. Everybody knows what we know. Nick Castellanos had a negative 0.8 WAR last year. He just wasn't good in the outfield. He's too inconsistent at the plate. It's just a bad contract that you have to live with for one more season. The thing is, I don't know. I just don't understand why they just can't get rid of him and let him pick where he wants to go.
Right. Why haven't they released him by now?
I just think they're trying to get something. And I don't think anybody's really biting, right? I think if Nick had his choice, he'd probably go to the Marlins or somewhere. Anybody where they could find an everyday, where he has a chance to compete for an everyday spot. I don't even know if he can compete for an everyday spot anymore.
Are they trying to punish him, penalize him? Like, it's a bizarre situation here. Because I agree with you. He'll get a job. He's a right-handed bat with, the ability to hit 15, 20 home runs if his head's on straight here. So that's why it's so bizarre that it's gotten to this point where David Dombrowski is asked yesterday, hey, what happens if you don't trade him? Does he just show up? Well, we'll figure out something. Like, why not release him last week? Why not release him today? Why not? It just doesn't make any sense here. So, do you think there is any slimmer of a shot that come Monday that he does show up here?
If he does, I'll be surprised. I'll be even more surprised if he shows up Monday and talks, right? Because I have a feeling he doesn't have much to say, but he has plenty to say, if that makes sense. This saga has been so interesting with him, just based on the benching last year and his comments to Rob Thompson, which I heard were not very nice at all. That's why he got suspended the game or benched a game, whatever you want to call it. And then the incidents at the end of last year, the whole 250th home run debacle, it was just a weird ending for a guy that kind of had one foot out the door once the playoffs started.
Jeff Kerr, of course, will be covering the Phillies. We'll tell you more about his coverage this year. We're really excited about what the coverage is going to look like all season long with the Phillies this year. I want to get into a couple other guys here. You tweeted out earlier today, beyond excited to see Justin Crawford, Andrew Painter, Aiden Miller, and Gabriel Rincones. Those are 4 young players. What kind of impact do those guys have on this team?
So Crawford, to me, I mean, they're never going to publicly admit it yet, but Justin Crawford is going to be the center fielder on opening day. They're giving him every opportunity to be the center fielder come opening day. Andrew Painter, I think he's competing with Taijuan Walker for a spot in this rotation. And look, I think people are putting an incredible amount of pressure on Andrew Painter. Not the Phillies themselves, but people like media types, right? Oh, the pressure is on Andrew Painter. He has to be great. Does he have to be great this year? He's 23 years old. Like they're like, he's replacing Ranger Suarez. I'm like, he is? I wasn't aware of that. I just think if he solidifies the back end of the rotation this year, I think that's good enough. I just think we've heard so much hype of Andrew Painter. And look, I still think he has all the talent in the world. I think he's going to be really good. But can we just calm down the expectations with this guy a bit? He's going to be in the rotation. He's going to take him a little bit of time to develop, but I think he's going to be fine. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders, and I think he knows that if his command on his fastball is good, he's going to get hitters out. That was his problem in Lehigh last year. Aiden Miller's the guy I think that has really garnered all the all-season hype. And I was talking about Aiden Miller a lot last year. I'm like, look, this guy can steal bases. This guy can walk. This guy knows how to get on base and knows how to create damage on the base pass. And he has 30 home run potential. He has great bat speed. He knows how to adjust. And he's learning how to play shortstop. I shouldn't even say that. I even think he's advanced in playing shortstop. They didn't have Trey Turner. Aiden Miller might be the shortstop come opening day. That's look, I'll say this. They're going to get him some reps at third base this spring. I think that's where his position is going to be. I don't know when he's going to be up here. I think they're going to be very patient with him. I think they can afford to be very patient with Aiden Miller because of they have time. They have Alec Boehm here. They have Bryson Stott here. They don't need to rush Aiden Miller yet. But if he hits in Lehigh, he's going to force their hand regardless. And then Gabriel Rincones, I think he's a long shot to make the team. But look, this is a potential outfield bat for them with power. And I think they need some power in their outfield. And I thought he struggled a little bit in Lehigh last year, but he started to get things together around August and September. I'm curious to see how he plays this spring.
Yeah, because he's a name that I don't think anybody has on the radar at all to help the team immediately, at least out of spring training. Miller would be a complete surprise if he made it, but I do feel like if Boehm comes out of the chute and is underwhelming, now what does underwhelming mean for Boehm? He's going to be hitting out of place if he's in the 4-hole. If he's hitting lower in the lineup, that's helpful here. But I do agree that if Miller can prove that he can help this team now, does that give Dombrowski a possible move in season with Boehm?
I think so. I think if Aiden Miller is hitting like he's hitting in June or July, I think Dave Dombrowski looks at that as, okay, this is an opportunity for me to trade Alec Boehm and see who needs a hitter, who needs a third baseman, or you just move on. Yeah. And I don't mean like they're just going to get rid of Alec Boehm, but they also know that Alec Boehm will not be back in 2027, and you can move forward with Aiden Miller. And look, there are some other prospects in the system. And what I like about this team right now is they have 3 prospects, in my opinion, that could play in the major leagues right now. And 2 you're going to see, and Miller's going to be one too. And that's really going to help this aging core. And I think if you can extend this run, if you will, with the Harpers and the Turners and the Schwarbers, with these young guys pan out, it's going to be a very promising future for the Phillies, especially when you got Arun Escobar and Gage Wood and guys like that in your system who are starting to come up as well.
The Phillies pitchers and catchers report tomorrow, so let's look at the pitchers. What does the pitching look like? Because it looks like Zach Wheeler will not be ready. We're not surprised by that. So what are the storylines with the starting rotation in March?
Will Jesus Luzardo get a contract extension? I'm curious to see if they pay him early, because they never did that with Ranger Suarez, but I always felt like Ranger Suarez was going to go to free agency even 2 years ago. Like it just he didn't pitch enough innings, and there was always an injury, even though he liked the Phillies and the Phillies liked him. It just felt like he was always going to be a free agent. Jesus Luzardo legitimately wants to be here. This is the play. He loves Caleb Coplum. He loves, pitching in this city. He's used to pitching in the NL East. He doesn't want to go anywhere. I wouldn't be shocked if they got a contract extension done with Luzardo before the season. Seems like when they moved on from Ranger Suarez, that was always going to be the case. But look, Aaron Nola's going to be pitching in WBC, right? He's already in Clearwater. He's been in Clearwater for a couple of weeks now. How's he going to be? Is the WBC going to be good for Aaron Nola? Pitching in that. Is he going to look? I've said that if Aaron Nola comes, Mike, would you take this? If Aaron Nola pitched the innings amount he normally does, around 180 to 200, and he gives you an ERA between 4 and 4.5, would you take that?
I just want him to be able to make starts and give me quality starts. And quality starts to me is not quality. It is more than what Taijuan Walker has kind of given you in that role. Is, can I pitch 5-6 innings, take my turn, give you a good outing every once in a while? Sadly, though, he is signed to some major money over the next couple of years. I don't want a guy with a 4.5 ERA. I mean, to me, you're getting paid that money. I want a guy who is one of my top 3, and I don't see that happening. But my question for you would be, was last year the aberration, and this year he turns back to Aaron Nola, or are those Aaron Nola years gone?
If he turns back to Aaron Nola, this team's going to be really good this year. They'll have the best starting rotation in baseball if he's Aaron Nola again. And look, besides last year, you pretty much could lock in Aaron Nola as at worst the number 2. If you can just get good production out of Aaron Nola, I'm not even talking like the elite Aaron Nola that we saw in like 2018 or heck, even in 2023, like going into his free agent year. I think. I'm with you, Mike. I think you need to see a guy that throws 6 innings, has an ERA in the 3s, strikes guys out, and is just efficient. And if you get that, does it justify the contract? No. I thought at the time they had to sign him, but that kind of, again, that writing on the wall for Ranger Suarez. But that's the question we have with this rotation. And is Zach Wheeler going to be Zach Wheeler again? If he is, look, there's a lot of upside with this rotation right now, even if you don't know like how it's all going to shape.
Agree. The one question will be, okay, I imagine obviously you're going to have Sanchez open the season. Luzardo most likely number 2. In the 3 spot, you're doing what? You going with, am I forgetting somebody here? Sanchez, Luzardo, Nola, Painter, and Walker, right? They're your 5 to start the year?
Yeah, they would be the 5, and whenever Wheeler comes back, I'm assuming he'll miss a couple weeks, right? I think they'll take their time ramping him up. So, yeah, I think those are the 5. I think they do need to add a starting pitcher, like someone for depth. Like, if they brought back Walker Buehler, I think that'd be a nice move for them. Just to get them starting pitcher.
Right. Why have they not brought back Walker Buehler? Why, today Verlander signs with obviously Detroit. Why are they not involved with a guy like that? Or do they not want to have that decision to make when Wheeler comes back? You obviously would most likely bump Walker. Now Walker's back into the role that he was in last year, where he's kind of like in limbo. Am I a middle reliever? Am I a whatever? You're hoping that Painter grabs one of those rotation spots and that Walker's the odd man out, though, right?
You would think, without Wheeler in the mix, I think Painter gets one of those spots, but you got to have someone for collateral, whether that's an injury or whatever. So Walker Buehler could be a nice fit here. He pitched well in September last year for him. Aaron Savali's available. Look, I think they are going to sign a starting pitcher at some point this week because they're starting to fly out the map, as you saw with Verlander and a couple
and Dombrowski brought that up yesterday, too. He kind of admitted they need more starting pitching depth because right now they only have the 5 guys. I don't know. Right now at spring training, who would be even in competition if somebody got hurt?
I don't even know who would be in Lehigh's rotation right now, which is how I play a role in this, because usually guys are in Lehigh's rotation are kind of the backups, right? Those are the guys you bring up. I don't even know like how the Iron Pigs are going to set up right now. So yeah, this is a concern.
All right, bullpen, because this is the one area They won 96 games last year, okay? Nothing to sneeze at, by the way. I think their bullpen is now significantly better.
I do too.
So what is that where they look at the team and say, we're way better? You know, everybody keeps looking at our lineup, but their bullpen, that to me is where they took a significant jump.
Yeah, they did. And look, this has been in the works since they traded for Johan Duran, right? You traded away Mick Abel to get this guy. And again, this is what happens if you give up starting pitching depth. You were able to get an elite closer. And signing Brad Keller was, to me, one of the better moves that they made this all season. You're giving this guy 2 years, $11 million a year, just to it kind of sets the bridge, right? And Dave Dombrowski and Rob Thompson are right. Jose Alvarado's back at $9 million a year. They significantly missed him last season, especially. Look, credit to Ryan Kerkering for kind of bridging that because they didn't have an eighth or ninth inning guy, and Kerkering kind of stepped up, and I think that's what hurt him when they traded for Duran, but when they signed David Robinson, he's like, wait a minute, I kind of did everything I needed to do, and this is how I'm rewarded. So that's what makes things tough. But look, you got Keller, you got Alvarado. I know I'm missing someone here. Kerkering, I mentioned. You got Duran, you got Tanner Banks. Yeah. That's a good five right there. And you kind of figured out your middle relief with the trades of like Boylan and Kyle Backhouse. That's another one that could play a role in all this. And I mean, look, you even got guys that were on this team toward the end of last year, like Lou Trevino you brought back. There were a couple other guys. Nolan Hoffman might get a shot after making his major league debut last year. I kind of like where this bullpen's at right now.
I agree. Listen, last year you did not have a closer. I mean, you were going with Romano and, I mean, for half up until the All-Star, up until the trade deadline. You finally got Duran after the trade deadline. So you're going from March opening day to the trade deadline with no closer and won 96 games. Now you have Duran for the full season, and if Brad Keller is anywhere near, the one concern I have about Keller, he had a big uptick in velocity last year. Why was that? What was that from? Hopefully not for the same reason that Alvarado did.
Yeah, and if he did, you probably would have gotten caught by now. At least we think that might be the case. But and look, here's the thing too, Mike. If they do suffer a major injury in this bullpen, I think they have the depth to kind of overcome it. And I like how they have Kerkering back in the seventh inning, and you got Banks in situations, and you got Keller, who's pretty much going to be the eighth inning guy, but you can mix and match. Same with him and Alvarado. Look, I'll just say it. The Phillies are up going into the seventh inning. I don't expect them to blow many games.
I would agree. And by the way, they have brought in a bunch of guys who many people probably haven't heard of that will be all in competition for those back end bullpen spots. Those, the sixth inning, the fifth inning guys, Seth Johnson, who's been here for a while. They signed a bunch of veterans, Bryce Wilson. It all starts tomorrow. Jeff, tell the people where they can find a lot of your work and some of the things you're going to be working on this season as our Phillies coverage ramps up with Phillies pitchers and catchers tomorrow.
So right now you can go to Jeff D. Kerr at jeffdkerr.substack.com. That's my Substack. I'm going to be writing a Phillies article every day for the preview. I'm going to be in spring training in March, and I'll do more feature stories there. But how about our podcast, Mike? We're going to have a ton of these. Just pregame, postgame on the minor leagues, because I'm very big on the minor leagues. What have we decided on a name for our daily podcast? I guess we're gonna have a couple daily podcasts here.
Yeah, Jeff's gonna be doing a lot of we're gonna be doing a lot more on the Phillies with podcasting, as he said, minor league stuff. He will be going to games in Reading and in Lehigh and in Philadelphia and in spring training, and you'll get all that coverage. So check out his Substack and right here on the radio at 97.3 ESPN. But we are just getting ready for what should be an interesting Phillies season. Might be the last time we see this group together. Some begrudgingly, maybe it turns out to be a good thing. We shall see. Jeff, looking forward to the season, man.
Yeah, same here, Mike. I cannot wait. I've been waiting for this season probably since October.
All right, man. Jeff Kerr will be with us all season long here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And that, of course, is the start of Philly season right there. Breaking down all the storylines. It all starts tomorrow. Phillies, pitchers, and catchers. Thanks to Jeff Kerr, and make sure you follow him at Jeff Kerr, PHL. When we come back, tomorrow night's the final Sixer game of the first half of the season. They made a trade at the deadline, but they didn't add anybody. Now what? We'll take a look at the buyout market, who the Sixers are, and more with Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer. He joins us next on the Sports Bash. All right, 5:31, Sixers tomorrow night take on the Knicks. You can listen to the game right here with Tom McGinnis on 97.3 ESPN. The end of the first half of the season, unofficially. All-Star break. Tyrese Maxey will be in the three-point competition, by the way. Keith Pompey, the OG himself, is back from the Inquirer, back from the West Coast trip where the Sixers go 3-2. It was a fun one. And then last night, a clunker. I was actually in Golden State. That was a fun game out there. They beat the Warriors out there. Good to see you, my man. What's going on?
What's popping, man? What's popping?
Did you do the whole West Coast trip?
Nah. The Gina Mizell was on that one.
All right, good for you because it got ugly last night. But I know they were worn down a little bit. They were down a couple guys. I want to get, I like your little videos that you've been doing after each game, your 3 observations. If you were to give some observations of this unofficial first half right here, what are some of the things that stand out about where this team is entering the final game tomorrow night?
That's a great one. I guess the biggest observation is an inability to make adjustments at halftime. Or you know what I mean? That I think if we had to talk about the Sixers, the third quarter blunders or blues, whatever you want to call them, that's the biggest thing that they have. On the positive side, the next biggest observation is the reemergence of Joel Embiid. How he went from, the first couple games, he looked like he was done. And now it's like offensively it started. And then the third thing is the second thing is then defensively is coming around now, right? But the third observation, and I hate to do this to the Sixers, is that, they keep doing the same thing at the trade deadline. It's kind of like, I don't know if it's because they feel like they don't have a team that can win a championship and they're looking at that, or they can't go out there and get a blockbuster dude. But this is the 4th year in a row, whereas, they made deals to get underneath the salary cap. And this time they didn't even hide it. Even though they tried to, it was like they didn't bring anybody back. You know what I mean? So when you look at it, to me, those are the 3 biggest observations. You can say Maxey too, but the third quarter blunders, Joel Embiid's progression, and then last one is it's the same old Sixers when it comes down to the trade deadline.
Now, I like McCain. I was a big McCain guy. I'm disappointed in how that whole thing kind of went down there. Morey said they sold high. Do you agree?
No, I don't. And see, I'm going to talk to you about this because, you were a Division I baseball athlete. And so how when a player is injured, how, especially if you see somebody go through a major injury like he did, just because you come back on the field and play, you're not like to the level you used to be. It takes kind of like a ramp up period, a ramp up stage. And I feel like the Jared McCain that we're going to see at the beginning of the next season is going to be a whole lot better than the Jared McCain that we saw this season. And secondly, from an investment standpoint, here's a guy that's on his rookie deal, and you have him. He's not making a lot of money just yet. You don't know what's going to happen with Quentin Grimes. We all know how much money Quentin Grimes is going to want, right? So the thing is, you got to make things work out in order to be able to pay this guy. So if you can't pay him, well, who do you have? You know what I mean? Like Jared McCain could always been an insurance. And then whenever, like if you said, okay, well, we don't need you, we got Quentin, then I'm pretty sure you can sell him, at the draft. You could sell him whenever. I mean, not sell him, but trade him. So to me, I just felt like he has a huge upside. And secondly, is a bad investment to get rid of this guy at this particular time.
Right, and this is a team that is devoid of shooting. They don't have anybody that can shoot, and even him not shooting all that well yet, and he's starting to come around over his last. I think you might have put this out. He was shooting, I don't know, he was like in his last 6 games with the Sixers, he was hitting around 60% of his threes. Meaning, as you said, it took him a little while to get his knee, then his thumb, and find his place. He doesn't get regular rotation minutes, but he was starting to find a role and find his stroke, I should say. And then you get rid of him on a team that can't shoot. And, now he goes to Oklahoma City, and, of course, he's filling it up. Now, he's not playing a lot, but he gave him a little big bucket and a little energy in a moment there. Then they get these picks. They don't do anything with it. Then they admit they thought they could do something with the picks and ended up getting nothing. So here's what you got left. You've been writing about some buyout options. Are they going to be a big player there? And is there anybody that looks like a good fit for what this team is lacking?
And that's a great question because, and just to go back, there are certain players I think that could be a pretty good fit, but again, I think it's up what the 76ers want to do, like who they want to fill it out with. And I do think like right now, and this might sound crazy, but I think they're evaluating guys on the roster now, like a guy like Trendon Watford. Can he handle the ball a little bit? Can he do more? We all know he can. So if he can, if you feel extremely comfortable with him, then you may go in a different direction. However, I will say this, watching yesterday's game and we saw how depleted they were, I do think they need to get a guard, even if it's somebody who is an insurance policy. Now, they did pick up the guy, Dylan Terry, in the two-way. He's more of a defensive guy, but at the same time, he is a guard, someone that they can rely on. But when I look at a guy at Chris Boucher, I do like him a lot. He's an undersized power forward, but he's kind of sort of like in that mode where he can play the 3, the 4, the undersized 5. He has real long arms. He's a exceptional rebounder. It just didn't work out for him in Boston, but he's a guy that really knows what Nick Nurse is doing. And how Nick Nurse wants to play. Now, the intriguing guy to me is and this is only if the Dallas Mavericks buy him out, is Chris, what's his name?
Middleton.
Chris Middleton. And again, I get it. He's not the all-star Chris Middleton, but we're talking about somebody who could come off the bench and provide buckets because that's what you needed Jared McCain to do. He didn't do it this year as the clip that everybody was consistent with, but Chris Middleton in like small spurts, and you have him and Quentin Grimes, I think that they can do that, right? So it's a lot of things. Now, some people talking about, won't you just go get Lonzo Ball
right?
Yeah, get him. I'm not 100% sure with him just because he just didn't look good at all in Cleveland, and because of the injury history. And with the Sixers, I feel like they don't need another injured guard. But yeah, this is a intriguing free agent market because in the past, there were always guys at the tail end of their career. Now you got young dudes who are going to be available who teams just gave up on, and they could probably help a team.
Yeah, it's all Kevin Love's name mentioned as well. He's an older guy, but Niang could be another guy who pops in there. One guy they do need is a guy that can rebound. I mean, it's getting ridiculous, and it's funny. I don't know. I've always been a big Bassey fan. He doesn't get a second last night. The only thing the guy can do is rebound. I mean, hey, buddy, we're getting blown out in this game. Get in there and see if you can prove that you can get a rebound for me because nobody else out here seems to be able to do it. Do they just hate the man?
And that's funny, too, because, like, I was thinking the same. I'm watching the TV, and I'm like, is he going to get in the game? like, especially when they were down by a lot. It was one of those, you're not going to lose anything. You already know you lost the game. Let's see what he does, right? So, I don't know if they don't like him, but it just seems kind of odd. And like some of the things that happen, and I respect Nick Nurse as a coach, but there's been certain games. On last night, it was Drummond was out there and they were still getting beat up on the boards. But there's been certain games like against the Lakers where you look at Drummond and you're saying to yourself, are they going to play him? Like, are they going to get him in? Is he going to get in? And he didn't. So it's certain things. Nick Nurse says a lot. It's all about matchups, and he maybe feel like certain people don't have the foot speed or whatever and they'll always be out of position. But, it's kind of weird to me that there are certain guys who, they specialize on certain things, but they're not playing.
Especially on a team that can't rebound a lick right now. I mean, they're just getting killed on the boards. It's going to be interesting to see. We talked a while back to see if Joel will continue to kind of get better as the season on. I know he talked to the New York Post and said he thinks next year is when he will really be able to kind of come back, which is surprising because, as you said, some people thought he was cooked. You're watching him in real time. To have him say that he thinks next year he's actually going to take the big jump, that's got to be pretty encouraging if you're the Sixers, a team that gave him that contract, and people were saying, this guy's done.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. And that goes back to what I said about Jared McCain. Like, typically I think what Joel did is he came back too soon, right? So if you come back too soon, you can have setbacks, whatever. But typically if you take the time that you need, maybe a year off or do whatever, and then you gradually come back, and then next thing you know, 6 or 7 months down the road is when you start seeing, progression. Well, we're looking at Joel now, and we're starting to see that progression. So he's getting back to being the player he is. And then once he can be able to, like, put more weight bearing on it, like, and then build his body back up. Now, don't get me wrong, he lost a lot of weight, and he looks good. But what I'm saying is, the steady diet of working out and doing all those other things, I do feel like, he could have, another leap. He could go back to being a guy. Like right now, I do think he's on that level as far as offensively as being like an all NBA player. Defensively, he just has to be a little bit more consistent. And once he gets the lateral movement back and the reaction time back, hopefully next year for the Sixers, and I do believe he can be that one. The only thing that scares me about Joel is, I think we always have to do knock on wood with him, like knock on wood, because it's one of those things where you always want to get really hyped up about him, but you're always cautious too, because you never know like what's going to happen. Like, okay, here we go in the playoffs again. Or like last night, it was one of those things we look at it and it's like, yeah, Joel's been on the roll, this and that. We know he's going to play. He's going to get 30 points against Portland, and then he scratched. So it's always one of those things that you always have to be cautious with him, that you don't get too optimistic or, things like that.
I was thinking the same thing. The fact that he didn't play last night, did he have some sort of weird setback, or was that just extra cautious?
And I'm thinking the same. I was thinking the same thing. Like, my thing is, you look at him and you say to yourself, okay, you've been going at it every other day for the most part. You had 2 days off when they had the back-to-backs, right? But for the most part, you've been going at it every other day. Maybe it's one of the things, it's a little tender, a little sore. We know that we can give you a break because we'll probably beat this team. And then all of a sudden you come to New York, and then after that you'll have 7 days off, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like they don't have the luxury right now to do that. So, you don't have the luxury to give this guy a day off because you're in the middle of a race up in the standings to get a top seed, right? So with that being said, I want to believe that, maybe it was sore, it was a little bit, and they just were a little bit precautious. But, because it just seems like the 76ers, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but they've lost something like 5 of their last 6 games without him, right? So it's like they kind of need them right now. So
it's amazing how it's flipped. It was, before people were talking about are they better without him. Now they can't win when he doesn't play. We're back to that again, where when he doesn't play, it becomes a big problem. All right, tomorrow night. By the way, it's a big game tomorrow too, because you're starting to fall a little further from that. You were right there with the 2 and the 3, and now you're getting closer to the 7, 8, and 9. Even after a pretty positive road trip, you go 3 and 2 out west, you're feeling pretty good. You look it up and say, man, because everybody in front keeps winning too. And then Jason Tatum could be looming in this Eastern Conference, so things about to get interesting. Keith Pompey, Sixers beat writer from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Sixers at the break after tomorrow. They'll have a little time off. Enjoy the time off, man.
I'm going to try to.
I'll see you soon.
All right, man. Hell to Pit.
Dub V all the way. Let's go. Keith Pompey, everybody, on the Sports Fast Live on 97.3 ESPN. Good stuff from him as always, and we'll get ready to wrap up the show. Coming up next. All right, 5:51, getting ready to get out of here. We'll update the poll question to get out on a good note tonight because it seems that the people have spoken, Josh. The people have spoken. Poll question today at Mike Gill Show. After what A.J. Brown said on the Micah Parsons podcast, do you want A.J. back in Philly or move on? 88% want him back in Philly. 11% are ready to move on. I'm pretty surprised by that, by the way. Felt like the momentum was shifting towards people being tired of A.J. Brown.
It was shifting that way, but it seems like that's something that he said or did recently maybe triggered an emotional response the other direction.
Well, that's good to see. We'll see what the Eagles end up doing there. How about
Watch
all
them
this
trade him
stuff
anyway.
with the tanking in the NBA right now? Is getting really bad.
Dude, the situation with the Jazz the other night, that's got to be the worst I've ever seen.
It's getting bad. It's getting bad for a lot of teams. But, like, for instance, Indiana traded for Zubac.
Yeah.
And now they're saying they're shutting them down.
Right.
Because they don't want to win any games.
Right.
Utah is winning by 7 in the fourth quarter the other night.
To me, this is the most egregious. And they benched Jaren Jackson and what's his name. And it's like, well, why'd you acquire him then?
3 guys. Jared Jackson, Markkanen, and somebody else.
Markkanen, yeah.
52 points, 30 rebounds. They're up by 7 in the fourth quarter. And they ended up just saying, you know what? We're done.
Yeah.
And they ended up losing the game. Bobby Marks talked about it. Take a listen to what Bobby Marks had to say about the whole tanking situation, specifically when it comes to the Utah Jazz. That's what Bobby Marks said. People were like, people don't, they put those protections in that, like, everybody gets the same percentages. Yeah, Utah doesn't seem to care. Indiana doesn't seem to care. There's a lot of teams who don't seem to care, by the way. The Washington doesn't seem to care. Brooklyn doesn't seem to care. Sacramento, New Orleans. Poor New Orleans got stuck playing someone the other night. Somebody had to win. But, man, there's a lot of bad tanking going on right now in the NBA. All right, when we come back tomorrow, Sixers getting ready for the Knicks. A big one, plus Phillies pitchers and catchers report tomorrow. See ya.